All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Donald Willard, offender number 190111. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Just so you know, sir, I will be typing the whole time. I am typing what we're talking about. I don't want you to think I'm not listening, okay? Additionally, the way my camera is set up, you'll probably see the side of my face the whole time. I am looking at you. It's just the way that the camera is, okay?
Okay, I can see you clearly.
Okay. All right, sir, since this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. I'm going to give a brief description. The longer version was in that pre-sentence investigation. I'm going to go over the sex offender treatment memo, any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So it looks like a special attention happened in April of 2021, where the board continued the hearing till now with the sex offender treatment memo. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all available sex offender treatment and remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 2019-04872 to the trial court for restitution and then forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
In regards to your offense, I show case number 2019-04872. I show between April 4th, 2020 and April 15th, 2020, officers received numerous reports of an individual later identified as Mr. Willard looking through windows, and on some occasions where he was seen masturbating. He admitted that he was looking into windows and was doing that in front of a few women. He admitted having tapped and saying hello to the women. He went back to locations multiple times. He stated he wanted to look at beautiful women and get their attention. If there was someone else there, he took off running, but if they did not see him, he proceeded. He was a registered sex offender. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about your offense, sir?
I take full responsibility for what I've done. I got tired of just lying and everything else, and I just told the truth when they brought me in because I could no longer hide it for what I did. I really didn't have any sort of help when I was released. Was during COVID, so everything was in an uproar. That's no excuse for what I did. I'm just sorry that I did what I did.
Sir, when you say you were, quote, tired of lying, unquote, what do you mean by that?
Well, I like to rationalize everything I do. I'm really good at it, and so when the police brought me in and they confronted me with the paperwork of the stuff that I did not lie to them. I told them the truth because I was just tired.
So, obviously this is concerning, right, sir? Did you know the victims in this case?
I did not.
Okay. So how did you come to these places? Because it sounds like you went to the location multiple times. So I'm wondering if you knew these victims, if there was a reason why you particularly went to these locations.
It was during that night, I was walking around. I noticed lights on windows in apartment complexes or houses. I would take a walk by the window to see if there were any women there, or if there were a couple that was there, debating on if they were alone or not alone. I would offend or not offend. In most cases, if the woman was alone and sitting down by a window or somewhere in their apartment or basement area, I would expose myself to them. Sometimes I'll tap on the glass to get their attention. Other times, if there were a couple there and I expose myself to the woman, if she says something to the husband or the significant other, he would, scream or say something, and then he would run out of the house after me, and I would take off. So
it sounds like you were targeting people to me. Obviously, you were looking to see if there was a woman by herself, right? How
right.
do you, you were looking to see if there were a couple. You were looking for lights. So what insight do you have into your offense now? Why do you think you were committing these actions, and what are your risks?
Well, there's a lot of risks. Okay. Well, my red flags or risk you're talking about are one, being alone, not having anything to do. You can say being bored is one of my triggers. Another trigger would be if I'm by myself, walking around, if I oh. If I see a woman alone, it can trigger me into offending. Like with walking around, seeing lights on windows, I have a choice. I can either walk over there, so that is also a trigger. A lot of things can be my triggers out there. There's not one thing that cannot, trigger me in a way. So like driving, if I'm coming back from work, if I notice a woman walking alone, and there's nobody else around, I can, that's a trigger right there for me, because I could expose myself to them for my truck or car. Or I could just be aware of the surroundings and where they're going or where they're coming from or going to. There's another trigger, because I may not have to offend that day or that moment, but I can come back to that moment. Do you understand?
Well,
Another
I appreciate your insight. Because right, part of this hearing is for me to discuss the offense, right? But to also address the issues in the future. And so I appreciate your insight and what, you talking to me. But I would say a lot of the stuff you're telling me, are things you're going to deal with if you're paroled, right? Obviously, there are women, they walk around, you could get bored, right? I think these are things that you could all deal with, right? So how do you plan on dealing with them if you're paroled?
Well, there's the, well, I mean, I can call my parents because they're very resourceful. They really want me to, get my act together. I can call my, therapist, Doris. She works for Monarch Assessment Treatment Center. She's licensed through the state with SOTP, family counseling, and so forth, which is important. And there are certain groups out there, I can't remember, but you can be associated with them, and they do activities together and events where it's like a big family. On top of that, I also have my other offenders here in this prison that are getting out that live in Salt Lake that will probably be attending the same counseling or therapy if they provide it. And so I can rely on them and meet up with them and do things with them to keep one another on our path to stay clean in society.
All right, so one of the things I want to make sure I get to is the sex offender treatment summary report. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
I do.
Okay. Before I go into specifics, what do you think of it?
What it said on there was pretty accurate. I've got.
When you say it's pretty accurate, is there something that you think is not accurate? It just sounds like I'm just wondering if there's something that you didn't, it's not all accurate, or is some of it accurate?
I mean, it's accurate. And yet I think it's just the way they worded it that I got little, like some of the stuff, it's all correct. It's just the way they worded it. That was all.
So are you saying like you didn't like the way they worded it? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand.
No, the wording is just fine. It's just, I understood everything what was said. It was just the way, not them wrote it up, but how the victim themselves wrote it up, or whoever wrote it up.
Okay, can you expand on, because I'm having trouble understanding.
I know, I'm trying to explain best I can. Give me a second.
Okay.
Just. It's all correct on what it says. It's just me.
Well, I'm going to go into the specifics of it, and then if you have something to elaborate on, then you can go for it.
That would help me. Thank you.
So, it assessed your risk assessment as a well above average risk. It noted that you entered into the sex offender treatment program on December 22nd, 2023, and you're expected to complete the program in late October or early November of this year. It noted that you were engaging in treatment, that when you were released, that you should engage in your, quote, success plan, unquote, which includes aftercare treatment and social support systems. It was recommended that you continue on and complete the sex offender treatment program with your success plan, and that you have maintenance of your success plan. Does that all sound like stuff that you were aware of
Yes, ma'am.
and that you agree with?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. Do you know if your completion date is still about that time, either the end of this month or beginning of next?
It said in the blue packet that I'll be done sometime in January, maybe late December, early January. During the course I was taking, when I first started taking SOTP, I had to go to reflections. That was just like 10 days, just to cure the misbehavior I did inside the community that we live in. So I broke the rules. And
In
so,
prison, or are you talking about in the community, or?
no, inside the program itself. So we have rules in the program, right? So example would be,
Why don't you tell me the rule you broke?
I used the hot pot. So the rule I broke was you can't use the hot pot or the microwave for 2 weeks when you enter into the program. That's your probation time frame. And so I violated that, and I had to restart over after the 2 weeks, and I violated it again, which was brought to my attention. I completed the 2 weeks. I was off of probation for 2 weeks. You can't swear in the program either. So if you say you can't say the B word or the F word, but if somebody hears you, they can write you up. You sign up on a piece of paper and you get your sleep card taken away. You know, there's a lot of rules. And so I violated the rules, and they said, okay, we're going to put you 10 days, suspended from the program for 10 days. I had to write a 20-page paper, do some behavior change. And then after I completed all that work, I was approached again, and I was told that since I decided to sleep during the day, that you're supposed to stay up in programming hours. So when the program starts at 8 o'clock, the rule was that you need to stay up at 8 o'clock until the end of the day. And so I stayed up and finished all my work that they provided for me. And that was one of the rules I did not follow. And they gave me a 30-day suspension because of it, which was, I find, kind of harsh. And that's why I re-entered the program on a later date with group 14. And that's why I'll be finishing up late December, early January of next year of 25.
Okay, sir. So we're running out of time, but I want to make sure I get to two different questions I have. Sir, I would note you have obviously prior lewdness charges, right? And you're obviously aware of that. But I show you were discharged about 2 months, 3 months before you committed these new offenses, right? That's very
Right.
concerning. So how are things different now?
The difference now compared to last time was that I chose to put myself forth to change. Before I did not. This programming deals with a lot more internal struggles that you have to go through. The way you look at your crimes. understanding shame and empathy and guilt and all those other emotions which I've avoided all my life. That's where rationalization comes in. I've finally, breaking through the wall that I've had up for all my life. And so
All right, sir. And
yeah.
the other question I wanted to get to was the pre-sentence investigation report noted some neurological issues. Do you know what they were talking about there?
Yeah, so neurological issues were involved so I am concussion prone. So
Did you say concussion prone? Sorry, I just had trouble hearing you.
yes, concussion prone. So I've had over 12 concussions and 3A concussions. So, but that's no excuse for what I did. I'm dyslexic. I've never really believed that, yes, I have neurological damage, but I can still function at a high enough level that I can pretty much do anything when I
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, so it'll take some time, but it'll be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I note your guideline, sir, is 59 months or March 16th, 2025. The easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The board ultimately decides. They can go below that date, above that date, the same date, they decide. It's obviously based on a number of factors, one of them being your offenses. And then I showed the expiration of sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is April 16th, 2030. Do you
correct.
have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, I do not actually.
Okay.
I respect what the board has to say and I accept what I've done. So, I accept my fate for whatever comes.
All right, sir. Well, I've made notes of everything you've said today. Well, I appreciate you coming to this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Matthew Sessions, offender number 222527. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Just so you know, sir, I will be typing the whole time. I'm typing everything we're talking about. I don't want you to think I'm not listening, okay? I will
Okay.
also, the way the camera is faced, you'll probably see the side of my face the whole time. I am looking at you. That's just how it is, okay?
Okay.
All right, as this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'll take any comments about your offenses. We'll go over the sex offender treatment summary, any background questions I have, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had an original hearing in July of 2018. A rehearing was ordered for now with a sex offender treatment memo. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
And I show you currently incarcerated for case 141912028. I'm not going to go over that offense in detail like you probably did at your original hearing, but I'm going to ask you for any comments you have about your offense. Do you have any comments about the offense?
No, I do not.
Do you have any insight into your risks of why your offense occurred?
No.
You have no insight into why it occurred?
Not at the moment. I'm going through therapy right now and working through all that. Getting a summary of everything that I need to work on and my behaviors and everything that me and my therapist are working on.
So, and I appreciate you're going through through treatment, right? That's a good thing.
Yes.
But I am concerned that you're not willing to say anything about why the offense occurred and how you plan on dealing with it in the future.
Oh, as far as like why it occurred and how I'm going to deal with it. Okay,
Yes.
I was didn't understand. I apologize. It occurred because I was not responsible of my actions and what I was doing, and I was leading a double life and hiding who I actually was instead of talking to my support circles that I would have had if I put them in place, so these things would not happen. I'm moving forward and I've been putting a support circle together so that I can have these steps so these things don't happen again. So if I am struggling with something, I can talk to somebody about it and move forward before something else does happen.
So you said you were, quote, leading a double life, unquote. What do you expand on that? What do you mean by that for me?
I'm gay and I was married to my wife, leading a double life as far as pretending to be straight in a happy married life, and I was not.
And sir, I am, your offense is a sex offense against children, right?
Yes.
So my concern is that you're not addressing that issue.
As far as, well, sorry, I was leaving a double life as far as being gay and attracted to young children. I went ahead and found this woman and married her that had young children, so I could proceed in my devious thoughts and whatnot into dealing with those urges that I had instead of coming out and being gay and being who I wanted to be. That's what I mean by leaving a double life that led into my offense.
So do you have any current victim contact?
No, I do not.
When's the last time you had contact with the victims?
Back in 2014.
And is there anything you'd say about victim impact or victim empathy?
As far as I feel really horrible what I done to them. It was not right. I feel really bad. I shouldn't have done what I did, and I really hope that they are at this time and seeing these therapists and whatnot to help themselves in life to get over this, to move forward. of the pain and suffering that I have caused them.
So I'm still a little concerned, that the offense is children and you're talking about your sexual preference, which is, those are two different things, right? Because obviously the offense is against children,
Yes.
not adults. So is there anything you'd say about that?
What do you mean by that question? I'm sorry.
I guess you're talking about your sexual preference and but the offense is against children, not so I guess I'm a little confused on how you're equating the two together.
As far as like leaving the double life type of thing, and as far as attracted to children,
Yeah.
well, I was doing that double life, so I could get closer to the children with my wife because I was attracted to them.
And do you have any contact with, I'm assuming is it your ex-wife?
No, it's we're separated, we're still married, and no, I do not have contact with her.
All right, sir. I want to make sure I get to the sex offender treatment summary. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
Yes.
What did you think of it before I go into specifics?
I think that my therapist wrote a good summary over it, and he was pretty much on cue of what he said. I believe that.
Okay. So you thought it was pretty accurate? That it was accurate? All right, I want to go into specifics of it. It said that you completed pre-treatment, which is good.
Yes.
You were admitted to this core program. However, you were removed from the program due to failure to follow rules. So can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I was when I got put into the core program in King County, I got involved with somebody down there, another inmate, and we had rules put in place because they knew that we were romantically involved, and we didn't follow those rules, and so we got removed.
So are you currently still out of the program?
No, I'm in the program right now.
And what do you think of the program so far?
It's actually really good. I'm learning a lot about myself and what I need to look for in my behaviors and how to deal with them and how to properly deal with them.
And what have you learned that you need to look for in the future?
When a high-risk situation approaches, I need to take a minute. I need to take a deep breath, stop and breathe, and assess the whole situation before I act, or before I react instead of act. So I can put everything in line and be like, okay, this is not good, this is bad. Put those risky thoughts, replace those with positive thoughts and move forward.
And I appreciate you talking about this stuff, right? I'm sure I'm not asking easy questions. And obviously the point of this hearing is for me to get some understanding of the offense, right? And and how you plan on dealing with these issues moving forward, right?
Yes.
So, so I appreciate your insight, and it sounds like you have taken some stuff from the program. The sex offender treatment memo also noted that that you've been enrolled in the program for a short time. It assessed your risk. It recommended that you complete the program, and that you're anticipated to complete the program in August 2025. Does that sound all still approximately correct?
Yes.
Do you think you need the program?
Excuse me?
Do you think you need sex offender treatment?
Yes, I'm actually really enjoying it, and it's moving along really good and forward. I'm really enjoying what I'm learning.
Okay, that's good. All right, sir. So I show that alcohol was related to the offense or somehow involved. I think when you were caught, were you using heroin? Yeah, when you were caught that you had heroin on you. But in your board packet, you said that you left the substance use section blank. So I guess I'm a little confused.
I did. I apologize for that. I was on heroin at the time when I got arrested. I used it for twice, I believe it was, 2 or 3 times. And that was all I actually ever used it in my life.
So were you using heroin when you committed the offenses?
No, I was not.
Were you drinking?
No, not when I committed the offense.
Do you think you have substance use issues?
No, I don't think I do.
Can you expand on that for me?
I occasionally had a couple drinks like on the weekend or after work, but nothing really that put it over the edge or the top, or it wasn't a problem. For me, I don't think it will. That's not the life I want to live anymore.
What do you guys
All right,
think?
sir. So I show some disciplinary incidents, and I want to give you a time to talk about if you want to. I show a February 2024 and September 2024 for violating contracts. Can you tell me about those?
The one in February was, I believe, in Kane County. They're both in Kane County, correct?
Like I said, I show February and September of this year. I don't show the exact locations right now, sir.
Okay. Sorry. One in February was that was when I got removed from the program for having the breaking the rules when I was in King County that we talked about earlier. And the one in September of this year was I had inmate to inmate communication, and I went through my disciplinary action here and getting that all taken care of and getting back on track.
What do you mean inmate to inmate communication? 'Cause I'm assuming you're allowed to talk to other individuals, right? So can you expand on that a little bit to me?
Absolutely. I was having inmate to inmate communication with a different inmate in a different jail, which is against the rules. And I was doing that through a third party.
Today we're in Utah. Let me go ahead and flip it around right here.
So have you been removed from the program because of that?
No, I was put on probation, and I had to do 2 reports on it, and I'm doing weekly one-on-ones with my therapist as well.
Is that going to push out your expected graduation date?
No.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. And then I show, just so you know, I've also received letters of support. Those are part of the file. I reviewed all of them, and they'll be available to the board as well. In regards to release, I show that you would like to live with your father in West Valley and work as an engineer. Is that still the plan, sir?
Yes.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Still take some time, just so you know it's not immediate, but it will be faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up and tell you what it is. I would note your guideline has passed, sir. It was 97 months or November 20th, 2022. I'm sure you're aware the board ultimately decides, right? So they can go above that date, and obviously in this case they have. I show the expiration of your sentence is a life top. Do you have any closing questions or comments for myself or for the board, sir?
No, I do not.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing, and I made notes of all of your comments today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, for anybody that's wondering, we're currently located in Utah. Hey, and welcome. Thank you. Highly appreciate you guys. And this guy had some horrible charges. I can't even mention them on here, but it involved man, I'm not even comfortable saying it, but all bad. Hopefully they deny him and they keep him there for the remainder of his life. Where he belongs. Let me see. So we got Snow, denied with a life max. That's right. Let's see. Also, we got Make Money 22379. Nomad Dog 2020 for that dude. Padres are coming for the Dodgers. Wait, what? All right. Good to know. Hey, we got SD marketing firm, the 619, San Diego. That's what's up. Let me see right here. What was his name? You know what? My apologies. I didn't catch his name. Did anybody over there on the other stream catch his name? I do have his name on the description, if that helps. Let me see who we got over here. We got Jenny. Good morning. We got Raymond. Hey, welcome everybody. And M Star Media stepped away. All right. Let me see over here. So I'll put it on the screen right now. Right now it looks like they're having some talks in the background. Okay, looks like they got the. Ooh, what? Yeah, she looks like she just fell out of bed. Let me go ahead and move this over here to this side. Let me move this over here. Let me move the chat over. And let me see so I can see the messages better over here. Hey, Kilo. Hey, what's up? Hey, buenos dias. Good morning. Let me see. We got, hey. Nope. Good morning, everybody from Hippie, Maddie, and then Snow. Hey, let's help tap and get James to the FYP. That's right. Hey, gracias. Highly appreciated. And hey, yep, that's right. We also got that. We got this stream running over here. If you look right here, you see that red logo, and type this in
All right,
there.
we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Craig. Can you say your last name, sir, so I don't say it incorrectly?
Braito?
Braito, offender number 79388. Is that you, sir?
Yep.
He looks dangerous.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Just so you know, I will be typing. I'm typing everything we're talking about and what everything everybody says at the hearing. I don't want you to think I'm not listening during the hearing. Also, the way my camera is positioned, you're going to see the side of my face probably the whole time. I am looking at you. It's just the way the camera is positioned, okay?
What was his name? I heard it, but I forgot.
As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, sir, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Simón que sí.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Oh.
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yep.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
I don't have it with me, so no.
Okay. Well, we're going to be going over a lot of it today, so if you have comments, obviously, I'll be asking for comments throughout this hearing, and you can elaborate on that, okay?
All right.
Sir, I would note that some of the stuff we could be talking about today could be traumatizing or re-traumatizing. I don't do that to be rude. I'm just going over all the things I'm trying to go over through the hearing and get as much insight as possible. As far as how to procedurally, or how today's going to go, we'll go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'll go over a brief description of the offense. The longer version was not pre-sentence investigation. I'll ask you for any comments. I will then swear in the victims and take testimony. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. Then in the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
All right.
All right. I believe
It
his
looks like
name
a
was
special
Craig.
attention happened in August of 2022. The board continued the original hearing till now with the sex offender treatment memo, which we'll
Oh.
also discuss today.
No
The board
bueno.
noted prior to this original hearing that they expected you to complete all available and recommended sex offender treatment program and cognitive behavioral therapy and to remain case action plan compliant. Restitution in case 1818000 will be addressed at this hearing. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
I guess.
Okay. In regards to the offense, I showcase 181800401. I showed the 10-year-old victim disclosed during a therapy session that her father, Craig, had
What?
sexually assaulted her and her
Ooh.
sister. He did this multiple times. One of the victims indicated it happened to her twice. Another victim reported he started sexually assaulting her at 7 years old. This stopped
Oh,
when he
man.
returned from prison. The victims were threatened by him. They described a sex toy that he used to sexually assault them. A
Damn.
victim reported being raped. He would cover the victims' mouths. Search warrant was executed, and that sex toy was located. Is that correct, sir?
Say what now?
Come on, man.
So I just went over the description of the offense as
Okay.
outlined in the pre-sentence investigation. Is that correct, sir?
If that's in the paperwork, then if that's what was on the ones I took the plea bargain for, then yeah.
So it is correct?
If you say so. I didn't do any of this stuff, but
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I'm having trouble reconciling that, right? So you're saying it's correct, but then you're saying you didn't do any of it.
I took the plea bargain so I wouldn't be fighting a live charge. That's what I told everybody.
Hey, no way. No way anybody's going to
So
take
then
a...
I guess yes.
No way. No way.
Anything else you want to say about the offense?
No.
Is there anything you would like to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Nah, because he's
No.
the victim. Knock it off. Hey, that's right. Hey, Ashton,
All
is
right,
straight
sir.
up clown.
I'm going to go ahead and take victim testimony at this point. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes,
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record?
Alicia Pede.
Ma'am, I want to thank you for coming today and making a statement. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, okay? So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, please make any statement you would like to make today. And once again, thank you for attending.
Okay. And then also, I will be reading my statement along with my now 16-year-old daughters and then my oldest daughter, who is also, you don't want to? Okay. She doesn't want to say anything now anyways. But her
All
husband
bad.
would like to say something. Members of the board, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alicia Pede. I'm the mother and ex-stepmother of the survivors of Craig Braito. I'm here today to keep my promise I made my kids and stepkids the day I found out that he had been sexually abusing them. I promised them I would never let him hurt them again. You see, I will never forget the day I found out and the police came to have me take the girls to a women's shelter until they could be interviewed by the CJC. I went upstairs to tell them to pack an overnight bag, and they had a look of pure fear on their faces and were crying, saying, quote, he's going to kill us because we told he's going to kill us, unquote. In that moment is when I made my promise. I'm also here to remind the board of the promise that you made Craig the last time he was incarcerated, that if he returned, he would do hard time. Yet
Oh,
here he
yeah.
is, back in prison on a more severe crime. I have a fear that if he gets out, another child will be harmed, and because my children told, his next victim will not be so lucky and have the chance because he will silence them permanently. The state will have a dead child by the hand of him. Craig is a master manipulator and lies so efficiently that he even has his mother convinced that he's innocent, that he was falsely accused by my children due to jealousy. She clearly states this in an article she published titled, quote, the alleged false allegations of Craig Braito, a mother's view, unquote. Found at empowerinnocent.wixsite.com. He has convinced her that my oldest daughter at the time was, quote unquote, apparently secretly angry. She wasn't the center of attention anymore because Craig gained custody of his two youngest children and therefore made false allegations of abuse and had him arrested when in fact only myself, kids, stepkids, their counselor, and the police knew it was my youngest daughter, 10 at the time, was the one who bravely told after Craig's own daughter begged her to tell so the abuse would stop.
Yeah,
He
his own
has fed her
kids.
lies, saying he only took the plea after looking at quote unquote facts and statistics, not the fact that he was offered one heck of a deal, knowing he was facing charges in Cache County for rape of a child, potential charges in Utah County, along with his 2 counts of rape of a child, 4 counts of aggravated sexual abuse of a child, 2 counts of lewdness involving a child, and 1 count of sodomy upon a child in Uintah County, and was guilty. He has fed lies to everyone around him, shifting the blame onto his victims instead of taking accountability for his sick and egregious actions. He will sit here and lie to you, say that he does take accountability, but obviously that's not true. He doesn't even take accountability. Actions speak louder than words. I've seen the daily struggles my daughter went through and continue to go through to this day, dealing with anxiety, depression, and PTSD. We have to be mindful of things that trigger them. For example, something as simple as bananas. Because when my oldest came home from swim practice one day and went to get a banana for a snack, Craig exposed himself to her and stated, "I've got something for you to eat." After I found that out, I no longer have bananas in my house. These are the kind of things my daughters will live with for the rest of their lives. My daughters haven't shared every detail of abuse they endured. I believe to spare me the anguish and guilt I would put myself through for not being able to protect them. But in order to prepare myself for today and make the most impact so that I am able to protect them now, I finally read the court documents that I've avoided reading for so long. After reading the detailed documents, I wept for my kids and stepkids. I was ripped apart all over again. I had the physical urge to puke and had to stop myself. When I told my youngest that I read the report finally, her response absolutely broke me with a simple, quiet, "Oh, Mama. Craig, you raped my children, stole their innocence, and stole their childhood, but you did not break their spirit. You deserve, with everything you did to my girls and Tawny's kids, you deserve to spend every single day of your sentence behind bars and not get out a second early. These kids were given a life sentence when you violated them, and just because you weren't, just know no matter where I am, what I'm doing, I will drop everything to be here every time you come before these board members, fighting to make sure you spend every possible second behind bars. Members of the board, when making your decision, please be mindful of the threats Craig made to these kids if they told. Quote, "If you tell, I will kill you," unquote. Look at the person before you and imagine being a scared, broken, and abused child being told that by someone who is supposed to love and protect you. My children still live in Utah. Letting him out now or in the near future puts their lives at risk. Thank you for your time. Best regards, the proud mother of survivors.
On this one, I don't even
So
gotta
now
ask.
I will read the statement of my 16-year-old. Let me turn the light on so I can see. Dear members of the board, first of all, I would like to share my frustration that I'm unable to speak to you personally on a case that has changed my life. Having to use my mom's voice to express how I've felt about this situation since I was 3 years old. It has made me feel like I still have no power over my own voice. I would like to express to you the heartache that this situation has brought me. Being raped by Craig changed my whole life upside down. There is not one day that has gone by in the past 6 years this case has been going on that I have not feared him being released. I would like to bring to your attention that on a day-to-day basis, I was threatened death by a person I was supposed to be able to call dad. I trusted him with my life and no other choice, and he threatened to take it from me. I want to point out how if he can commit these heinous crimes towards his own children, it is completely unknown the fate of other kids that may come across him if you allow this monster to roam around the innocent public. I am terrified that his next victim will be presented to you by a death certificate. I am speaking now because his next victim won't be if you let him be a free man, like he has done nothing wrong. I would like to remind you the promise threat you made this man if he was ever seen by you again. I would also like to remind you that in the timeline that you let him roam the public free man, he ruined 4 kids' lives. This is no longer a simple case about drug abuse, so I expect you to keep your word and take this situation as seriously as possible. Not only has he took the innocence of small, vulnerable children, but he plans on taking away their future too. I would like you to take a good look at Craig, putting the never judge a book by its cover, moral aside. Does he look like a man of innocence, change, and regret? Now let's take a look or take into consideration that this is the same man sitting in front of you showing no remorse, as she nailed it, no remorse at the sorry, I'm having a hard time reading her.
It's okay.
Take accountability for his own actions. The same man that only said he was guilty and took the plea because he looked at his options and this was the best deal he could get. This man that sits in front of you is not a man of dignity. And he has proved you that by appearing in front of your faces again, trying to claim he is still a man of God after doing all these crimes.
Morning, I'm over in your office.
And then I'm gonna hand it over to my son-in-law.
Sir, thank you for attending this hearing. What, can you state your name for the record, sir?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Josue Mejia Peña. That's JOSUEMEJIAPENA.
All right, sir, if you could raise your right hand. Thank you for attending this hearing. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do swear.
Okay. All right, sir, please make your statement. Thank you so much for attending.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, members of the board. So I'm here today, just to tell you guys that this man in front of you, he's not a human being. I'm sorry for my language, but he's a piece of shit. I have lived with my wife. I've known her for about 1.5 years now, and she has woken up multiple times with nightmares about what this guy did to her. I'm sorry, not a guy, piece of shit. What this piece of shit did to her. I have to live with that. I have to live with all the tears. I have to live with all of that. And I mean, I don't understand how this man is, I'm sorry, not man, piece of shit, can't even go to, he's scared to go to prison, but he wasn't scared molesting little kids. He's scared to go to prison, but he was fucking molesting my wife, my sister-in-law, and his two biological, his two kids that are his DNA. He wasn't scared about doing that, but he's scared to go to prison. And now he's wanting to go out free. When he threatened my wife that was about, 7, 8, 9 years old, he threatened to kill her. She was just a little girl. And now my sister-in-law, she's still a minor. So he was doing all of this shit to her. She was younger than she is now. And keep in mind, she's only 16 right now. So she's younger than that with this piece of shit, was threatening her. And not only that, he raped his own boy. Who rapes his own boy? I have a little boy. I would never think in 1,000 years about touching my little boy like that. Like imagine that. Imagine, I'm pretty sure you guys have kids. Now imagine somebody like that doing something like that to your little boy, your little girl. Like, no, you guys need to throw away the key. He never needs to see that, that the sunlight again. He needs to fucking die in there. Because it's true, he does. Because it's not going to change. All he wants is to come out. That's really all he wants. And like my wife, she's scared. She doesn't want to talk right now because she's scared. She threatened to kill her. Imagine living like that the rest of your life, knowing that this piece of shit is out and about. When he threatened to kill my wife when she was only a minor, imagine what he would do now. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for all of your testimony today. Mr. Braito, I'm going to ask you for your response. I'm going to ask you direct it towards me, the hearing officer, and not towards the victims, okay? Do you have any response, sir?
Basura.
Yeah, these people are saying false things, stuff I wasn't even charged with, stuff I'm not even here on, stuff that was all found dismissed. So how can this guy come on here that I've never even met in my life? He was nowhere around the family, that has nothing to do with me whatsoever. I've never even heard of this guy until today.
He's
How is he
dealing with
allowed to
the
even speak against me?
Well,
So
that guy,
the victim's allowed to have a representative, sir.
He's
and
not
the
a victim.
The victim herself is allowed to choose a representative to speak, and she chose him to speak, and he provided a statement on her behalf. Sir, do you have any other response?
I guess not.
Sir, what do you think your risks are moving forward?
I have no risk because I didn't do anything wrong.
In your mind.
I got the polygraph and the eye detector right here proving that my testimony was real, and that I was just not allowed to use this in court because we did a 702 motion. Because I passed it, they said they weren't going to allow it in as evidence. They said if I would have failed it, they would have used it against me, but because I told the truth, and these right here are the facts that I told the truth, and I believe you guys have a copy. I had facts.
I received the correspondence, yes, sir.
So, I mean, this is proving my word is true and honest. I just wasn't allowed to use this in court.
Sir, you have been adjudicated guilty, okay?
Yeah.
This offense has already been charged, adjudicated, and from the board's perspective, that's what we see is the already adjudicated offense. So part of this hearing is to talk about the future. Are you willing to do sex offender treatment?
I've told everybody that I'm willing to do it, but I was told that in order to pass treatment, that you have to expect, you have to.
You gotta tell them what you did. Yeah.
What the hell is the word?
You gotta take
Some
accountability.
accountability for your offense?
Yeah, accountability. And I'm like, if I did nothing wrong, what do I have to talk about in therapy? How am I supposed to pass therapy when I didn't do anything for these charges?
All right, well, one of the things I want to make sure I get to is that sex offender treatment report. It talked about your risk level. It noted that you were interviewed by the sex offender treatment program and you were found not amenable to treatment due to the fact that you deny committing any of the offenses. When interviewed on September 9, 2024, he continued denying the offense. It assessed you as average risk and recommended sex offender treatment. Do you have any comments about that?
No.
Yeah. Huh. No comment. Man, bury that dude. All bad.
Sir, I show a criminal history, right, that including a 2013 case where you threatened children with a firearm after, my understanding, maybe they kicked your seat or something. Is that correct, sir? So that's not correct. So what did you do in that offense, the 2013 case?
The 2013 case, I was just, again, it was part of the plea bargain that I lived in a house with guns. My wife legally owned guns at the time, and her mom said that I was like waving them around. Her statement was I was waving them around the yard, yelling white power and stuff, which I have no idea, and listen to white power music, which I don't own, anything like that. So it's like, I don't know what this kicking the seat thing is. This is all new to me. I've never heard this one before, but it was just possession of firearm by restricted person in the state of Utah. There was no anybody seen me with guns, nothing like that. So
Are you saying that offense did not occur?
He's a victim. Everybody's
I
setting
lived
him
in a
up.
house with guns, and according to the state of Utah, for me as being an ex-felon at the time, to live in a house with guns, they had to be in a gun safe. All they had was the trigger locks in them. So that was the offense. I was living in a house with guns, which I didn't know that was a thing. I thought trigger locks was good. I didn't know they had to be in a gun safe,
Come on now.
because they would have been if I knew that law.
Okay, sir. I also show that in the pre-sentence investigation that you've used Percocet, alcohol, and meth, but you left the substance use section blank in your board packet. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
I've never
He didn't do it.
I used meth. I tried meth once when I was 18, so I don't count that. But the pills, yeah, I had back surgery and I was on pills for a couple of years.
Were you using pills during the offense?
What offense?
The offense for which you're currently incarcerated.
No.
And for anybody wondering, these are live. These are happening in real time right now. If
I
you,
haven't been on pills since 2013.
Okay. All right, sir. In regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your mother in Arkansas, and I didn't see any what you would like to do for work.
Well, the thing is once I'm out of here or off paper, whatever happens, as soon as these charges are done and I'm no longer on parole, if I get parole or if I'm off paper, whatever, I'm leaving the country. So if these alleged victims are so afraid, I'm not even going to be in this country as soon as I can get out of here. So,
Preferably taking a dirt nap.
but yeah,
So I don't
as
know
I'm out
what,
of here, I'm gonna like if I get parole, I'm going to Arkansas, so I won't even be in Utah at all.
so obviously you understand if you are paroled, I don't know what the board's going to do, but if you are paroled, that you would need an interstate compact, there's a
Yeah,
fee,
I
there's
know
an
all that, yeah.
application. Okay. So I don't know what the board will do, but I'm just letting you know that obviously that's something you have to look into.
Yeah.
All right, sir. All right, so those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Anyone listening to this hearing can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Just so you know, it still takes some time. It's not immediate. So obviously, someone can look that decision up while you're waiting for the written one, and anyone can look at that decision. I note your guideline, sir, is 83 months or April 10th, 2025. Just so you know, that's just a suggestion, right? The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they ultimately decides. And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is May 10th, 2033. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody's testimony today. I've made notes of everything everybody said. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
That dude is straight human trash. Basura. Like he couldn't take any accountability for anything. Like he even like the pew pew charges. No sense. This one I'm definitely gonna follow up on. I gotta know whether they deny him or they find them suitable. But at this point, there's no way in hell that they should find them suitable. So right now they stepped away right now. It'll probably just be me. Hey, if you're watching and you find some type of educational factor on this type of streams, hey, if you guys wouldn't mind looking us up right here at Collect Call From, and we're over here on another platform where we do have we have a better visual of the stream. If not, then you could also go directly to the state of Utah. You know, whatever you prefer. But I highly appreciate it if you guys could hit that follow button. Share the live, like it, you know, all that good stuff. I try to do these on a daily basis, to make you guys aware of the type of things that are happening and the type of individuals, that they're letting out. It's definitely a scary world out there. I got to stay on my 10 toes whenever I go up to Utah, because you just never know. All right, so it looks like they might be getting ready right now. They got
All right, we are
mute.
on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Mario Herrera, offender number 259842. Is that you, sir?
Let's see
Yes,
what-
Your Honor.
Let's see what Mario
My name is
did.
Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive a 7 days written notice of today's hearing, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did
Yeah.
you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing, sir?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over your offense. I'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And so you're currently incarcerated in federal custody, is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. So I show case 231500115. I show on February 4th, 2023, 2 individuals overdosed on suspected fentanyl. One of the individuals who overdosed had to be revived using Narcan. This individual was Mr. Herrera. A brown powder-like substance identified as fentanyl was found inside a tutor in the cell where he was believed to have ingested this substance. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No.
So had you been using fentanyl for a while at that point?
No, it was this, it was this kind of curious, and I was this, it was this, one thing, but off of that, believe me, I learned my lesson because, people told me, my cellmate told me that he thought that I was dead, and, the people right there said that I died for like 15, 20 minutes, so I got kind of scared because, dying is just like, you just close your eyes and it's just like you're asleep. So that kind of like,
It woke you up.
it helped me out because, on the street, I used to use a lot of cocaine and a lot of marijuana. So that kind of helped me because, I don't, when you die, it's just like, it's crazy because, it's just like you're falling asleep and, that kind of, it opened my eyes because, I have family, I have kids, and I didn't really tell my family members or my kids what happened, but it was this, it was an eye-opener because I was supposedly pronounced dead for 15 minutes, and it was just like, you just close your eyes and that's it, and, life is, life is worth living, so it kind of like, it helped me out mentally because, it teach me not to trust any substance that anybody gives you or anything like that, or just, to stop doing drugs altogether because you never know when it's going to be your last time. And, that's not a way to die.
So this guy, he was charged with
And sir, and I
drugs.
thank you for talking about some of this stuff. I'm sure it's not easy. How would you describe your current attitude towards substances?
Well, right now I've been clean since I've been incarcerated, so it's like almost like close to like 2 to 3 years. I'm programming. I'm trying to get my GED. I got sponsored by cause I'm a #1 cook right here in the federal prison. I'm a #1 PM cook, so I cook for close to 1,000 people. And this month I ended up getting sponsored by a cop that's in the kitchen. So I gotta put 5,000 hours, and I'm guaranteed to work in a gourmet restaurant when I go outside and stuff like that. So I just been trying to just cook and stuff like that and learn new recipes. So that's one of the things when I go out, I'm gonna try to be interested in cooking and stuff like that. So I just been taking a lot of programs. I already took a 12-hour substance abuse program, and just yesterday I signed up for a 48-hour class about substance abuse classes. I'm on the way to be for a parenting class. I've been just trying to better myself.
So have you completed like RDAP or any specific? You
That's
mentioned
one of the things that, because I have this detainer and I have another detainer, I'm
Immigration?
not eligible for RDAP, but that's one of the things that after this, I want to go to one of the persons that it's in charge of RDAP, because that's the only reason why I came to this facility, because that's one of the things that I am interested in RDAP. And is there anything that you guys could do to kind of try to help me to get into that class? Because after this, I'm try to fill out a cop-out so I could have another meeting with the lady to check, because honestly, I really do think that I need it. And I just been trying to do the next best thing to that, like, which is, yesterday I signed up for a non-residential, and I already did a 12-hour class. I got my certificate and everything. So the next step is this non-residential, and I'm trying to get into the RDAP program.
it's good, sir. Can you tell me, why are you in federal custody?
I had, they found me with a little bit of fentanyl in my car and crystal meth.
And there is a YouTube video that I found of him, of his arrest.
Did you have weapons on you as well?
No weapons or nothing like that. It was this fentanyl, but supposedly, cause I was from California, driving through Utah, I had fentanyl and I had crystal meth. So that's why, because prior to that, I was on federal probation for for harboring illegals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, since that was federal, that's why this case automatically turned federal.
Okay, sir.
Sounds like a
Um,
coyote.
Do you have any disciplinary violations while you've been in federal custody?
No, none. I've been clean and I've just been trying to work on myself. You know, I keep busy. I work 7 days a week from 10 o'clock in the morning all the way to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, in my spare time, you know, I'm studying to try to get my GED, but that's one of the things that in school I was in RSP, so it's hard for me to read and stuff like that. So that's why, you know, I'm trying a little bit harder because I have trouble reading and spelling. So that I have always struggled with that all my life.
Well, it sounds like you're working at programs. It sounds like cooking is something that you're really interested in and pursuing that. So that's really good, sir. Sir, I do show a detainer. Do you know what that detainer is for?
Illegal
In
reentry.
Pahrump, because I was with my wife and she kicked me out, and I went to get my things, and that's one of the things that when I got out from the last time, I was doing Zoom, and they were gonna end up dropping everything, but I ended up getting caught. I ended up getting caught with this fentanyl and stuff like that, and they were already gonna end up closing the case and everything. Just that it was gonna be in my next court hearing, and I never got to that. And I wrote to them. I did a 1381, and they haven't responded to me. So that's the thing. That the only help that I have from the outside is my dad, and he don't really talk English. And my son, but he's 11 years old, so you know everything kind of takes time because I don't really have help from the outside. But I wrote them a 1381, and they haven't gotten back to me. So that's one of the things that I'm gonna try to call one of my friends if they could call TAIA County, because it's in Pahrump, and that's the only thing, because I'm pretty
So Pahrump,
sure that,
Nevada, right, sir?
yeah, Nevada, that's the only thing that I just gotta do that, and they were already gonna end up, you know, dropping it and stuff like that, because there was nothing. It was just because my wife, you know, she got mad and she wanted to take me out, and I just went back to get my things. So, you know, they realized that it was that. So, you know, they were gonna end up dropping it, but in the next court day that I had, but I was never able to get to that court date.
All right, sir. If you are, I guess, do you have a release date in federal custody first?
Right now it's November 2026, but if I fix all the detainers, they said that I'm eligible for a halfway house sometime next year. So that's why I'm trying to, you know,
Take a break
fix these
and join-
detainers and try to get my life straight for my kids.
Sorry, I'm just making notes of everything you're saying. Okay, sir, if you are released either in November of 2026 or next year, what are your plans? Where do you plan on going? You don't have to give me an address. This is live stream. But what
I'm planning-
city?
With my dad in Hemet, and it's like literally like 10 minutes away from my kids, and if my dad lets me, my kids would like to move in with me and stuff like that. I have a guaranteed job when I get out, because that's one of the things that I work. So I have for sure a guaranteed job, but I would like to get a job in like a gourmet restaurant. But you know, if that doesn't happen, I used to move furniture for living spaces and Ethan Allen and stuff like that. So for sure I have a job there, and I would like to bring my kids to move in with me, because currently right now my mother-in-law is taking care of them, because the mom kind of just left on my kids. So, you know, I talk to them every time I get a chance to, and I talk to my dad, and you know, in the halfway house, try to raise a little bit of money so my dad said that I could live with them. But, you know, if I could get an apartment with my kids by myself, it would be good. But if not, you know, I could live with my dad, and my kids literally live like 10, 15 minutes away.
I'm sorry. And what was the city, sir? You said I didn't hear you.
It's Hemet.
And where's that?
I think it's in Imperial Valley.
Is that here in Utah?
California.
No, it's in California.
Oh, okay.
In Califas.
All right.
California.
Okay, sir. All right. Those are all my questions, sir. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, go to bop.utah.gov as soon as we have the decision. We post it on our website. It still takes some time. Obviously, it's not immediate, but someone can look that decision up and tell you what that decision is. Obviously, since you're in federal custody, we say 2 to 4 weeks for the decision, but it might be longer. As obviously we have to mail it to you. Just so you know, I show your guideline is 12 months or May 20th, 2024. That's obviously passed, and the board ultimately decides. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. And just for sure, I get it mailed because, like I said, I don't really have no help from the outside. So I would get it mailed, right?
Yeah, you'll get it in the mail as well. It'll just take a little bit longer.
Don't call us. We'll call you.
Do you have any other closing comments or questions for me, sir?
No.
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, and you have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless you.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Perfect.
So hey, Mauro, hey, I'll take Mauro any day. He didn't have any messed up charges, any funny charges, like these other individuals that came on. Hey, what's up, Cali 213? Bueno, and welcome everybody else that's tapping in. Highly appreciated. Right now, that gentleman that just showed up, he called in. We weren't able to see him, so that's why there was nothing for you guys to show unless you guys wanted to see the board member. So right now we're gonna go ahead and wait for them to start up the next one, and once they start it up, then we'll go ahead and continue. Let me try to get a jump on this here and see if so the next one should be Ismael, and let me look up Ismael to see what he's in for. Hopefully he's not in for anything funny, anything that's gonna make me lose my appetite. And if you're watching us over here on the TT side, okay, Ismael, let me go ahead. Ismael's on the screen, so I'll go ahead and show you Ismael over here. And let me see, let me get the dual camera, and boom, ahí estamos, ahí está el Ismael. I think that's Ismael. Is it Ismael? She didn't even say that. I'm just assuming.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Ismael Hernandez. Am I saying that correctly, sir? I apologize if I'm not.
Ismael Hernandez.
Offender number 240734. Is that you, sir?
Utah.
You're fine. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand.
Ismael got arrested for
Do you swear
sacando
or
la
affirm that the
bolsita.
testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, everything's good.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, today's a rescission hearing, so it's a very shortened hearing. We're not going to go over your offenses maybe like you've done in previous hearings. I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing, a few questions, if you were released, and then give you the final word, okay?
Yeah.
And just so you know, I'll be typing the whole time. I don't want you to think I'm not listening. Also, the way the camera is, you'll probably see the side of my face the whole time I am looking at you. That's just how the camera is, okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. So it looks like you had an original hearing in March of 2023. Parole was granted for March 19th, 2024 with residential substance use treatment completion as evaluated to be appropriate and a special attention in March of this year. It was noted that you had new disciplinary incidents. The board rescinded your parole date and scheduled a rescission hearing. At the rescission hearing, parole was granted for May 27th, 2025 with no disciplinaries, and residential substance use treatment completion. And a special attention of August of this year was known that you were found guilty of controlled substance within the jail. The board rescinded your parole date and scheduled this rescission hearing. It was noted that you were expected to re-enroll in substance use treatment. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yeah. Because,
So are you in substance use treatment currently?
so I'm in the pre-program, so I'm just waiting to get into, just waiting to get into the program. I guess that's how it starts out here. Get into the pre-program first, and then they, take like a month or so, they'll send you to the program itself. But while I'm waiting to get into the program, I'm doing MRT, and, I have a class once a week just to like see what kind of skills I have, and just, just talking about
or other, just different things. So I do that once a week.
Do you think you need substance use treatment?
I mean, I guess if I do, because like, obviously I got that dirty UA, and just sometimes I don't think twice before my actions, and maybe being here will help me get some, you know. But I already did the program in Beaver County, and that affected me what happened over there, and but now I'm here, so maybe something that I learned here will, you know, stick with me, and then once you guys give me the, you know, the opportunity to parole, and I can use it for my benefit when I get out.
So tell me about that July 2024 substance use. What were you taking, sir?
I used Suboxone.
How would you describe your current attitude towards substances, sir?
I love them. Me gustan.
I'm not that type of person to be like, that I need it, but once there's like opportunity and I'm bored, I just end up doing it, you know, but I don't think that I really have a problem with it right now.
All right, sir, if you were released, paint me a picture. This is being live streamed. You don't need to give me an address, but like, where do you plan on going? What city? Do you have plans for work, treatment?
So yeah, I got my parents' house at West Valley, and my support is there. All my support, my three siblings and my parents. My son don't live there, but I feel like that's one of the things that will drive me to stay off everything that I've done, you know, to get here. And so, and then I got work with my cousin. I think he's a contractor with the framing business. So he's already been telling me, every time I talk to him on the phone, he's like, hopefully you get out soon, you know, so you can come out and work already and things like that. And then if I ever need to do something outside, like do another program out there, I can do it, you know. I told you that support I got at home is solid, and as long as I put my 2 cents, they'll help me, you know. So yeah.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. I guess when do you know when you would complete the substance use treatment program? Do you know when you would complete it?
So I don't know when I'll get in there, probably like next month or so.
Is when you would complete the whole program?
It's a 6-month program. Once I get there, it's a 6-month program. So if you guys could like give me a date by that time, you know, that'd be good. And I promise to stay out of trouble, because I don't think I have many chances here at this jail, and then I'm trying to get out.
All right, sir, thank you. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. Still take some time. It's not immediate, but obviously you can go to that website and someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for the written one. I would note your guideline has passed, but obviously the board decides, right? And the expiration of your sentence, assuming no other offenses, is October 27th, 2026. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, this guy, this guy, so I just found him on Google, and he was arrested for, this is him. He was arrested for West Valley city man arrested in Wendover for allegedly lewd acts outside in a car, and then also possession of saca de bolsita. Hey, Rhonda, how's it going? And let me see right now that they put us on mute. Let me go through the chat over here. We got Myra Barrios. We got Joe Billings from Carson City, Harbor area, Southern California. And let me see what else we got right here. I think that's all the comments I got on this stream here. So we're waiting for the next individual. For those of you that for those of you that want to be able to get a better view, If you jump over to this our platform over here on this side, you could see everything. You could see the individuals. All right, next. Let's see who's next. Let me see who it be. Who is it? Let me see. So we just saw Ismael. Now it's gonna be ELISEO. All right, ELISEO. Let's see what ELISEO is. I think I'm pronouncing his name right. No sé. We'll see right now. I'm gonna check how fast my Google fingers and my Twitter fingers are at retrieving this information here in the World Wide Web. Let me see.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for, sir, I'm going to have you state your name for the record because I know I'm going to mess up your first name.
Yeah.
ELISEO ESTRADA?
Inmate 248897, is that you, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah,
Do you have any questions on it?
no.
Okay. Today's hearing is going to be a shortened hearing. It's basically just going to go over why your date was rescinded, what's going on that caused your date to be rescinded, and what plans are moving forward. I will note that my head is turned to look at you. The monitor for me to see you is to my left, but the way they position the camera in this is straight ahead. It's more of the monitor's fault than it is the camera's fault, clearly, but that is why my head is turned while I'm talking, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a parole date for September 10th, 2024, but that was rescinded because we received a special attention that you had received a A14 disciplinary on August 27th, 2024. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, it is.
Tell me what happened.
No.
So there was a few people in our section that got caught with being on the Wi-Fi for the county, and I was one of them. I got caught with the Wi-Fi connected. I know I shouldn't have been doing that, but
What were you looking up with the Wi-Fi?
I was just getting ready to get out, so I was looking up how to detail cars better, do certain.
Oh yeah,
landscaping
in
things,
prison.
union
Oh,
jobs,
landscaping in
some
prison.
Information on that, but I also was on YouTube watching videos about detailing, landscaping, and just funny videos.
And what videos?
Funny videos, something that would make me laugh.
Hey, is this the same guy? I'm looking at the eyebrows, and it looks to me like the same guy. They have the same name. What do you guys think? You guys tell me. Is this the same guy right here?
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been at the Summit County Jail.
I've been doing motorversity, MRT, life skills. I've been in this can't remember what it's called, but it's a crochet class that you crochet stuff for the community. Family home evening, church on Sundays, LDS and Jehovah Witnesses, 12-step on Thursdays, and yoga, FTR.
Okay. It looks like you've completed several courses to include residential substance abuse programming, MRT, and things like that as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I was in Beaver before, and I did the BRT program down there, and MRT life skills also. So just
Okay.
being here, I found out they had those classes again, so I decided to retake them.
Okay. Tell me what your plans are, sir, if you're paroled.
So as of right now, I just plan on getting a job. I know I'm gonna have to be going to a halfway house because I don't have a place to go. But as soon as I have enough money to be able to get my own apartment and go to an apartment just to get my life together, I plan on starting a few businesses when I have the money enough to see to start them. I do have some information that there's a few resources I can go to that can help me start the businesses or just get a place for when I get out. So I just plan on talking to them and see what they can help me out with.
What businesses are you planning on doing? Is it the stuff that you were looking up?
Yeah, mobile detailing and landscaping, but also later on in the future, I want to have my own shop for detailing also. But to start with mobile detailing, because I feel like that'll be easier for me.
Okay.
He's gonna start a
Do
mobile.
you have supports in the community, sir?
Yeah, I have 6 sisters. One of them lives in Colorado, but the rest of them live in Ogden, and that's where I kind of want to be headed to, just because I have so much support down there.
Okay. And as far as programming, what are your plans?
I plan on taking some anger management. Oh, I forgot to include that too. I take anger management on Fridays, but I plan on continuing that if I get out. And I know I'm going to need a therapist, so I plan on getting a therapist. Parenting classes, just any class that will help me just being out there.
Is there anything that you feel would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
Honestly, I have learned a lot in here, and I don't have the same mindset I used to have before. So I feel like that's a big advantage, but I also want to just keep getting help so I don't come back.
Okay.
For any of
So
you,
is there anything else you'd like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this time?
I just want to apologize for the write-up that I got. I know I messed up, but I just want to apologize for that.
All right, sir. Well, what I plan on doing, we'll go ahead and affirm the rescission of your prior parole date for September 10th, 2024. Plan on taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over your case. They're made up of 4 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case, and you will get a copy of that once that decision has been made. You have a 15-year top, which puts you at November 16th, 2035. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, I don't.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Okay, you as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, hey, so I'm gonna read some of this news article right now before they start up this this other hearing. For those of you that are on the TT, because they didn't say what he went in for. So it says Utah man 22 arrested for severely thrashing 1-year-old son out of frustration over his crying. What the what? Come on now. So this happened back in February 19, 2020, so 4 years ago. And it says Ogden, Utah. A man from Utah has been arrested and charged after police said he severely beat his 1-year-old son and left him hospitalized in critical condition. ELISEO Estrada Jr., 22, first came to the attention of authorities on February 15 after the infant's mother called 911 to report that the young boy had been injured, according to when first responders arrived at the scene, they found the boy bruised and unconscious and rushed him to primary Children's Medical Center in Salt Lake City for treatment. He was later diagnosed with brain bleeding. That's all bad. Investigators said the boy's face and head are covered in new bruising, old bruising, and stages of bruising in between, and that he had open body injuries to the head, but the mother insisted the injuries were self-inflicted. Really, a 1-year-old? Come on now, defending that type of behavior. It's all bad. They ended up charging her also. I'll go ahead and get to the article in a moment. She reportedly claimed that the boy was born prematurely and suffered from diagnosed mental condition that caused him to slam his own head. Ugh, what? This is unbelievable right here. Slamming his own head against a wall on the other side of the crib. A 1-year-old, man, a 1-year-old is not gonna be doing all of that. She needs to knock it off. I don't know who she thought she was fooling. Let me see here. Next one is starting up. Let me my apologies. I'll go ahead and but if you Google his name, it'll all come up. It'll be the first article on that'll come up on the Google. If you got some good Twitter fingers, it'll come up. The next one's about to start up. Let me see who this next winner is here. Let me see. Yeah, the glasses are really convincing me to parole him. So the next person that should be up should be Anthony Jose Manuel Reyna. Let me look him up so we could get a better idea of what his convictions are. And so far, that one guy that was denying what he did, he's been the worst one so far today.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Anthony Raina, inmate 154409. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did, yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, it's good.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going through your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violation, okay?
Okay.
In case 245000251, you were convicted of possession or use of a controlled substance, a third-degree felony. This
Okay.
occurred on April 15th, 2024, where it looks like there was an investigation going on at a D&D smoke shop in Cedar City, where you and another individual were purchasing methamphetamine. And is that accurate?
Yeah.
Were you running the smoke shop, or were you just
No.
purchasing it from the smoke shop, or like in the parking lot?
Yeah, in the
Tell me a little bit about that.
it was in the parking lot.
Okay. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Okay. Let's go over your parole violation really quick so I don't forget about that. It coincides with your committing offense, but we'll still go over it for the parole violation purposes, okay?
Okay.
And it looks like you admitted to this back in May 16th, 2024 at your last hearing, but we'll
Yes.
still go ahead and go over that. So on allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order or possession or use of a controlled substance, third-degree felony, on or about April 15th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
We'll go ahead and affirm that admission for allegation 1. We'll take judicial notice as well as that is your current committing offense in case 241500251, and we'll revoke your parole for January 17th, 2023. Tell me what was going on, sir.
I've been an addict for a long time, and it's kind of hard thing to get over.
I can hardly hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry. So I've been an addict for a long time, like since I was 17 years old, and I'm not making.
Hold on 1 second. Is there a reason he's so quiet? Because he was
Yeah.
loud.
What's going on?
Do you have a paper that you're looking off of?
Yeah.
No, I'm just my blue packet right here.
Are you putting that over the speaker?
No,
The microphone.
Okay.
no.
Try and talk again a little bit. You were sounding normal, and then all of a sudden you went quiet.
You're sounding
Okay,
muffled.
Or,
Can you turn your camera back on?
I'm
Yeah.
trying to right now.
Hello.
I have no idea how to do this thing.
If you wouldn't have been out there sacando la bolsita, you would have been able
go
to
ahead.
use how
Yes,
to.
sir, I found it.
He found it. All right.
Okay, go ahead and tell me what's
He
going
switched
on.
it. They
Sorry.
switched him over to the other
I'm
side.
sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just got a hold of somebody to try to give me some methamphetamines. I was going through a rough time in my life. I don't know. I can't really make an excuse for it. I'm just an addict. I need help.
How was parole going up until that point?
Fantastic.
I mean, I made a few mistakes, but for the first time in my life, I was actually doing parole. I didn't go on the run as soon as I got out. I was doing all my programming. I didn't miss too many UAs. I had got my first full-time job ever in my whole life. I've been working for about 6 or 7 months. That's a big thing for me. Like every other time I paroled, I always went on the run as soon as I got out. But this time I actually tried for 15, 16 months. I mean, I made a few mistakes here and there, but for the most part, I was still reporting in, going to group, doing my UAs, doing my monthly meetings or weekly meetings with my PO.
All
What
right.
got you back into substances?
I had a ex-girlfriend from Ogden that would come out and see me, and like she was bad news for me, so I had to cut her out of my life. But all she was doing was enabling me to relapse and get back into getting high, which never would have happened if she would have just stayed away from me.
Okay. What other things in your past have caused you to relapse? What are your triggers?
Yeah, good question.
Depression. Like I said, old friends, old people I used to hang around with. Boredom sometimes.
Okay.
It was his girlfriend. It wasn't him. It was his girlfriend. So he had to get away from her because she was definitely a bad
What
influence.
got you into substances in the first place, sir?
Oh crap, that's so long ago. I started doing meth when I was 17 years old.
Okay.
I was with I was with a older girl I was dating, and me and her, we used to kick it all the time, and she was really bad on meth. I started doing it with her,
Okay.
and it kind of just kept spiraling since then.
Outside of incarceration, what's the longest you've ever been sober?
Just after my parole, I think it was 8 months, seven or 8 months.
Okay.
Well, I was on parole. I was out on parole for like, I think 15 months. 15 months, but the first 8 or 9 of that month, I was doing really well.
Well, and it said, I mean, in the information that your agent submitted in his packet, he stated that you were doing well, you were being compliant and everything, and then once you started using is when you started spiraling, basically, and going back into your old habits and things. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated this time around, sir.
Oh, crap. I've been busy. I've been doing, like, going through a lot of my groups. I'm doing MRT. I've done my fitness to recovery. I've done Time for Life. Those are all substance programs. I'm doing everything I can to, like, help me get tools I'm going to need in order for me to make it out there so I don't fall back and relapse. I'm learning how to communicate my needs and what I feel like may trigger me, and how to reach out and ask others for help instead of just thinking I can figure it out on my own, which I obviously can't.
Okay.
I've got my mom. She's looking into a sober living house for me out there in back home, and the government that's going to accept me. I just need to get out and get on my insurance, because my insurance will pay for it. And they've accepted.
What place is looking to accept you?
It's a sober living out in Ogden. I mean, not in Ogden, Cedar City. Oh crap, I can't remember. My mom just told me about it last night. They emailed her an application for me.
Okay.
What is it called? I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. The name slipped my mind.
No, you're fine. Do you have work lined up out there?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I do spray foam insulation. And as a matter of fact, I was talking to one of my coworkers probably about 2 weeks ago, and he's like, "Yeah, Mike Parks, that's my boss. He said that as soon as I get out, just give him a call. He said that's the way for me to come back on the crew."
And then after sober living, what are your plans?
Probably going back to go back and help my mom, because my mom, she's old, she's got dementia, and I just need to be there for her, because I might not have too much time left with her.
Okay. What do you feel like this time around has changed for you that's going to help you not come back here at this point?
Realizing that I can actually do good out there. I can actually grow out there instead of just falling back to my addiction and saying getting a bad case of the habits and just going all out. I was out there working. I saved up some money. I bought me a lot of stuff that I've always wanted instead of being homeless out in Ogden, which probably would have happened if I would have went back there. But I see that, like, people appreciate the work that I do, because I work really hard, and I've never done it in my life. I've always been a drug addict instead of somebody trying to be responsible. But
Okay.
I've learned that actually being responsible pays off. It's actually, it's an awesome feeling being able to have family rely on me, have my kids come, hey, Dad, can you help me? And I'm able to help them. It makes me feel good, and that's what I want to keep doing.
Okay. Sir, do you have any mental health diagnoses?
I mean, I got depression and anxiety, but I'm learning to work through that now.
Are you on any medications?
No, I'm not.
How do you deal with your depression and anxiety?
Well, like if I start feeling depressed, I'll call my mom or my daughter. Like they've always been there for me. Like if not, I can just talk to one of the other inmates in here, a coworker, or if I need to talk to a staff, I can talk to a staff member. But I've been doing pretty good, staying busy, going to work. I go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I don't come home until the afternoon. And I stay pretty busy. I go to groups. I've completed like 3 or 4 groups, and I'm looking forward to completing some more. But I'm staying pretty busy, and it's been helping me out a lot.
Okay. What job do you have there?
I'm working in the kitchen at the moment.
The what?
The kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Man, they need to fix his audio. His audio's a bit
Tell me
off.
about your gang status.
I've not been a gang member for over 15 years. I've not been active. I don't socialize with things.
How did you get out?
It took me a lot of beatings, a lot of fights.
Say that one more time. It took you what?
I got into a lot of fights to get out.
Were you jumped out then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like I said, that's been since like 2008, 2009. It's been a long time.
Did you ever get involved in the modified program at the prison to get that off?
Yeah, I'm modified right now. I think I'm done with the modification actually.
Did you get into it when you came back?
No, I got into it last time I was here.
The last time?
Yeah. A few years ago.
Okay.
They say that's the only way I can get back out in the population if I go through my modification, get through the SL4 and all that stuff. So I'm through all that.
Okay.
Or else I wouldn't be in this county where I'm at now.
How's your physical health, sir? Is there anything you feel like that would prevent you from completing a parole?
I'm doing good. I feel healthier than I ever been. Like when I came back to prison this time, I was actually healthy. I didn't weigh 130 pounds. I was pretty healthy, and I'm doing really well now.
Good. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this time?
That I'm sorry for the mistakes that I made. Like I'm an addict. I'm recovering, and recovery doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time. I just got to be able to reach out to others when I need help. When I feel like I'm starting to slip back, I just need to be able to talk, be more open with my parole officer, be more open with my mom, because I hid it from my mother. And I'm sorry, and I know I'll do better because I have a lot more opportunities set up for me. Like I said, I have a job set up. I have a sober living going to be set up as soon as I get out. I just got to get out the application and give them my insurance.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case.
Yes.
You currently have a 12-month guideline, which puts you at April of next year. That guideline is what it is, as you're well aware. It's just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they feel like you need to do something more prior to the opportunity to parole. You currently have a 5-year top, which puts you at April 15th, 2029. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Yes.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you, sir. Is there any other questions or comments you'd like to make?
No, and thank you guys, and I hope you guys give me another opportunity to show you guys I can make out there.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir. We'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, man. I couldn't take
You
the
too.
audio. The audio was all off. So for those of you that are just joining right now, these are live hearings from the state of Utah, Board of Parole hearings. Oh yeah, take that sip. I'm getting a bit thirsty looking at you drinking that whatever. I'm pretty sure it's coffee or something. Or hey, she might have some bourbon in there. You never know. Anyhow, with Utah, when it comes to these Utah hearings, they don't let us know on the day of We have to check back like in about 2 to 4 weeks. Let me see. Hey, M Star Gracias, highly appreciated. She writes, please thumbs up. It helps this awesome channel. Gracias. It definitely helps us, get into the algorithm and whatnot. Not required, but highly appreciated. Let me see. I gotta move my camera over here because I'm over blocking her head. And let me see. I'm gonna check who is coming up next. As soon as they come up, I'll go ahead and put them on the screen over there for you guys on the TT side. Let me see. That was, so we got Estrada is basura. We got Raina. Hey, Raina, let that dude out. He didn't do. I wasn't able to find anything on him, and it looks like he was just messing with that bolsita. We got. I'm not sure. Rome. It was that Rome or EROME Luna. And let me look him up. Let me check who this vato is, this guy. Let's see here. And I'll put up his info right now on the screen right now. Just bear with me. Arrest Utah. Let's see. Luna. Let me see here. Idaho, Utah. Nothing's coming up with this guy. Yeah, no, EROME is coming up. Well, okay, I guess we just have to wait and see what is it that they say. And let me put his information just in case you guys want to participate in looking these individuals up. Here's the information. Mad Max 48 is back in the house. Let me see what we got. Oh, we got is it Breezy's 444? Not the bourbon. Laughing out loud. That's right. Saludos, James, and everybody. Hey, gracias. Highly appreciate it. Oh, and I gotta highlight this dude's name, the next individual. Right now, I gotta go ahead and keep you guys entertained for the next moments, while we wait for the next we wait for the next individual to come on. Let me see. Hippie, Maddie, James, please keep posting. Please keep us posted on the nasty ones. Oh man, those are all bad. Okay. This is about to look a little bit older. That's maybe why I couldn't find him. He might have been down for a minute or two. So let's see. Oops, I highlighted that over there. Let me move this over.
This is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for Aron Luna, inmate 181759. Is that you, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
Did I say your first name correctly?
Aron.
Yeah.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. Just so you're aware, as we go through this hearing, my head is turned to the left because the monitor for me to see you is to my left. So that is why my head's turned, because I'm watching you as we're having this conversation.
Don't worry.
What I plan on doing first is going through your current committing offense and then going over your parole violation, all right?
What do you guys think this guy's here for? I think it's going to be for something messed up.
In case 241900886, you were convicted of a third-degree felony driving under the influence, prior felony DUI.
DUI.
On August 2nd, 2023, where officers observed an individual later identified as you passed out in the driver's seat of a vehicle parked at a Maverick in Salt Lake County with the engine running. When officers made contact with you, there was a strong odor of alcohol, as well as you having glassy bloodshot eyes and slurred speech. They also observed empty alcohol bottles inside the vehicle in plain view. You had refused to submit to a breath test, so they ended up getting a warrant for a blood draw, which showed that you were at a 0.3 level of alcohol in your blood. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I don't think so.
I'm going to go over your parole violations. As we go through these, some of these coincide with your current committing offense or your court case. Some may have been found guilty of, some may have been dismissed during that case. For the parole violation purposes, I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest, okay?
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. On allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a criminal offense or violated a court order or DUI, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity, on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Yeah.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Yeah.
C.
On allegation 2, by having used alcohol on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Yeah.
On allegation 3, by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages on August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your condition 3 of the Board of Pardons dual diagnoses mental health DUI conditions, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Yeah.
On allegation 4, by having operated a motor vehicle without an installed ignition interlock device on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of condition 6 of the Board of Pardons dual diagnoses mental health and DUI conditions, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Yeah.
On allegation 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, alcohol restricted driver, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
No
Yeah.
contest.
On that, I'll make note that that was dismissed in court as well. On August 6th, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, interlock restricted driver operating a vehicle without a system, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Yeah.
Damn, he got all kinds of violations.
On allegation 7, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, open container drinking alcohol in a vehicle, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 2nd, 2023, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
C.
Yeah.
Will accept admissions to all allegations. Excuse me.
Sounds like she had a hairball.
Take judicial notice on allegations 1 and 6, as those coincide with your current committing offense that you were convicted in that case 241900886. I will make note that allegations 5 and 7 were dismissed in court. Tell me what was going on, sir.
No sé.
What, that day?
No
Last
sé.
night, I was getting recertified on my welding papers, and I had some friends over at the welding shop. So after we're done welding, they wanted to hang out with us at a bar. So I said okay. So I went to go hang out at the bar, and I wasn't drinking at first, and then seen these guys were just having fun, I guess, and then I was being like bored out. So I decided to just have to have a couple of drinks, I guess.
How many drinks did you have?
One too many. Puro party.
I really don't remember that much.
Okay. I mean, with an alcohol level of 0.3, you'd had to have several, right?
Probably, yeah.
While you were on parole, how many times had you drank, sir?
That was the first time.
How long had you been on your parole before you drank?
Like 2018.
So it looks like your last parole for January 24th, 2023, and then 7 months later, you ended up drinking that day. Is that accurate?
C.
7 months.
Because you were paroled on January 24th, 2023, and this conviction was August 2nd, 2023.
Yeah.
They should have put a headset on his head. Because that microphone there is definitely not working.
tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated over the last couple years.
Just going
Pruno,
just going to
Carga.
MRT classes. I just barely complete that. Like 3 weeks ago, I think. Then went to AA class. And the LDS church are helping me. This it's called a treatment center in Riverton.
Okay.
Then I got another treatment program over at, it's called Valley Behavior Health. It's in Kearns.
Okay.
And then they both accepted me.
Okay. More than likely, the board is going to want you to complete a residential substance abuse program prior to you actually paroling, given that this is a DUI offense and you've had several in your history. Just so you are aware, I'm not saying that's for sure what they're going to do, but it's a good possibility that is going to happen. Have you been incarcerated, sir, since this incident back from August 2nd, 2023, so a year?
Yeah, locked up since then.
What were you doing in the jails? Did you do any programming there?
Just the MRT, that's it. AA.
Okay.
What the hell is MRT? Anybody
Okay.
care to share?
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No,
How's your physical health?
it's good.
Anything that would prevent you from completing a parole?
Myself.
Oh,
Okay. What usually ends up causing you to relapse? Because it looks like you've had an alcohol issue. Do you feel like you have an alcohol issue?
My thoughts.
I don't know, just the only time I probably just hang around with my friends I haven't seen for a long time.
Also,
Okay.
so don't hang out with the compadres.
Is that what usually happens when you end up getting your DUIs?
Damn,
yeah.
D, you're damn.
Have you
like
ever
multiple.
had in your history, have you ever had a point where you felt like you were an alcoholic?
Yeah, there's times, yeah.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Shit, I don't know. Probably a long time ago. I don't know. Just a long time.
Okay. Do you have any other substance use issues, sir?
No, that's the only thing.
And I sure you don't have any disciplinaries, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Do you feel like anything has changed for you, sir, moving forward that's going to help prevent this from happening again? And if so, what is it?
Just working, I guess. I want to hurry up. I worked in the union. I'm trying to see if I can get my benefits back.
Okay.
Retirement back real quick.
Say that last part again.
Try to get my retirement benefits back.
Okay. What were you doing before?
I'm a structural iron worker.
An iron worker?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for that
If you are
info.
paroled, where do you plan on going?
I can stay at my aunt's place, Glendale, or a friend in Midvale, maybe.
And what were the places you said you had looked up for programming?
It's called Mental Work in Riverton.
Let's get a close up of this fella right here.
And then the other one's Valley Behavior Health. It's in Kearns.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know at this point, or you'd like the board to know?
I'm just doing what they told me to do, so that's what I'm doing. And staying out of trouble, I guess. I just keep things to myself.
Okay.
Not really mingle or talk to anybody.
Okay.
It doesn't look like he cares.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. It takes usually about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have a 16-month guideline, which puts you at December 3rd, 2024. That guideline, as you're well aware, is just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole, such as the residential substance abuse program. You do have a 10-year maximum
Damn, 10 years?
expiration, which puts you at June 6, 2030,
Chin
which is the
Gators.
length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Sir, do you have any other questions for myself or anything you'd like to state for the board?
No. I'm very
No
I have
Nintendo?
trouble talking right now, so not very
Okay.
very good at talking.
Okay.
He should have had a translator.
I just like to keep just quiet, I guess.
Okay. Well, sir, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Adios, amigo. Let's see who the next individual is. And let me see here. So STEPAN. Oh, damn. This one I can't even pronounce the last name. BADIKYAN or something like that. I don't know. I just put up on the screen. Let you guys try to read that because I'm not going to try to break my eyes and brain over here trying to figure out the name. All right. Dropping it in the chat. And this one, he should come up easily because it is not a common name. STEPAN. STEPAN, I believe. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly, but I like how that sounds. STEPAN. All right, so we'll just go ahead and wait, and I'm going to go ahead and Google him really quickly. Information is in the chat. There it is. Take another little sip of that bourbon. Nice. Man, it's barely 9 o'clock, 9:13 in the morning, lady. Yeah, I'd probably be drinking too if I had to listen to half of the cases or write up these reports. Let me see. Centerville man sent to prison for attacking wife. Ooh, let's see. Let me put this up on the screen right here. Oh, yeah. He looks like he would do something like that. Let me bring that up on the screen for my over here on the other side. And if you're on the TT side, you probably want to jump over to our other stream where I'm able to provide all these other little goodies and whatnot. Oh, she's stepping away. So let me, where is my, I'm looking for window capture. No, not window. Is it window capture? Yeah. Okay, here he is. Look at this fella right here. Look at him. What do you guys think? Do you guys think he did it? He looks guilty. He looks guilty to me. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and read up some of the articles so like that we're well informed once by the time it starts. Farmington. A Centerville man accused of he got one of those poking things. Pop, pop, pop. A Centerville man accused of his wife and attempting to run her over with his car when she told him she wanted a divorce has been sentenced to prison. STEPAN, 51, was sentenced to 3 years to life in prison last week for attempted red rum, a first-degree felony. STEPAN pleaded guilty to the charge in April and as additional charges of tampering with evidence and aggravated assault. Third-degree felonies were dismissed. STEPAN was arrested May 29, 2014. Also, he's been down for a minute unless he got out and he paroled. According to the police, STEPAN and his wife began arguing at their Centerville home. It was there that STEPAN assaulted his wife, police said, then put her in the car to go get medical attention. When the car stopped for a red light near 400 North and 500 West in Bonneville, the woman jumped out of the car. Wow, damn, and tried to run away. STEPAN responded by attempting to run her over. Sheesh, police said, driving up over the curb. Damn, this is straight up reckless. Oh, let's see. Oh, let's get him in front of the camera. a bystander told police Stepan got out of the car with a box cutter. What? This was a straight maniac, and chased his wife, who was already bleeding from her arm and neck. Luckily he didn't unalive her. When Stepan grabbed his wife from behind and poked her up, he straight did an American Me on her. Her in the side, the bystander ran to her aid. Damn, hey, she probably would have been not here if that good Samaritan, good bystander went ahead and be above and beyond. He tackled this vato, police said. After getting the box cutter away, the man sat on Stepan until police arrived. Hey, shout out to you, and I gotta go ahead and give you one of these right here, good Samaritan, if you happen to be watching. Es todo. Let me see. Until police arrived, both Stepan and his wife were treated at an area hospital before he was booked into Davis County Jail. Police said the argument between Stepan and his wife had escalated when she said she wanted a divorce. She didn't want to mess with that woman beater. Let me see. Help for people in abusive relationship can be found by contacting the YMCA or the YWCA's Woman in Jeopardy program at 801-537-8600 or your domestic violence hotline at 1-800-897-LINK or 5465. And this message has been brought to you by Collect Call James, and you're currently watching. You have a collect call from. And we got 60 over here on the TT side on the other red logo streaming platform. We got 45, man. So we got over 105 people watching right now. And how many likes do I got? I have no idea, but hopefully if you guys could bring them up and get us to 20K on the TT side, so we could go ahead and hit that FYP. And then we're on, if you're on this other platform, the red one, if you guys could go ahead and hit those thumbs up, get us into the algorithm and push us out to the universe, to the social media universe, so we could go ahead and grow, if you will. Highly appreciated. Hey, Joe Billings, highly appreciated. Let me see. Santa Claus, he was probably using that. He was using that bolsita, tis, stay behind bars. No kids, no women. DV is sad. Man, Snow. Let me see. What do you think? Do you think they call that fool Stepan or Stefan? I like Stepan. I'll be calling that fool Stepan because hopefully they're stepping all over his pan. Let me see. Centerville, you don't say. What's his middle name? Frying Pan? To Joe Billings. That's a good one. Google Translate. I can tell. All right. Hey, good morning. Thumper. Hey, welcome. Coming in from the Coachella Valley in California. Indio. Nisha, good morning. Hey, gracias. Drea for, all right. And D Money's coming in with the info. Highly appreciated. What state is this? This is going to be Utah. This is the only, today's been kind of slow. We had Vermont. There wasn't anything in Iowa. And so we did Vermont, and now we're on Utah. So the choices weren't that big. And if you want to get a little bit more information, jump in, look us up here on this other social media platform, and you see it right behind there, that little logo. Check us out there. I got a little bit more information on the screen that I could share. I used to do this on the TT side, but I was having some issues where they were restricting the lives. Man, but before they were off the chain, man. We would have 100, 200, 300. Sometimes I think the highest we ever got was 600 people watching. So I don't know if they put me in the TT jail. But what can you do? Let me see. Is this only California? So for the California I only take calls from California prison inmates. Right now we're doing a board hearing, and this board hearing is for the state of Utah. And we do different board hearings across the United States. Any ones that are open to the public. next week, for anybody that's interested, on Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be doing some board hearings from Oregon, Utah. So be on the lookout for that. Let me see. Let me move the chat over here from this lady's mascara off her face. And let me move myself over here to the right side. Bam. There we go. All right. So let me see any other. Hey, we're at 11.3K. Hey, and if your fingers are tired, hey, you should get one of those little tapping things that I see that are always popping up on my feed. As a matter of fact, I just ordered one from AliExpress. I think it was like
This is the time and place set for an
Hold on,
original
hold on. Damn, she
hearing.
scared me.
Sir, I'm going to have you state your name for the record for me because I know I'm going to mess it up.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Մենք հիմա պետք է լսենք ձեր գործը, ինքը կցանկանար, որ դուք ձեր անունը ասեք ամբողջովին։
Ստեփան Բադիկյան,
Inmate 222736. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Ah, they're not gonna put him on the screen.
Ներման դատարանի ներկայացուցիչն է, հարցը ավելի ճիշտ կարելի ասել
All right, I'll put the lady then.
դատական ներկայացուցիչն է, ինքը դատավոր չէ։
We also have an interpreter here to assist throughout this process for you.
Եվ նաև ունենք թարգմանիչ, որը ձեզ կաջակցի այս գործում։
Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath.
Քանի որ ձեզ պետք է երթման բերենք, ես կխնդրեի, որպեսզի դուք ձեր աջ ձեռքը բարձրացնեք
Oh,
եւ
there he is.
երթման բերվեք։
There's the fella.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give
Դուք երթվում եք, որ այն ցուցմունքը, որ դուք այսօր պետք է տաք,
is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
ճշմարտություն է, ամբողջը ճշմարիտ է եւ ոչինչ բացի ճշմարտությունից չի ասվել։ Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Դուք 7 օրվա լուրը ստացել եք, նաեւ փաստաթղթերի փաթեթը այս գործի հետ կապված 7 օր առաջ տեղեկացվել եք, տեղեկացում ստացել եք։
It's me, Mario.
15 օր առաջ եմ ստացել, որ իրանք ասեն 30-ը պետք է լինի դատը։
Yeah, 15 days ago he received a notice that he will have a hearing on the 1st.
Did you have a chance to review all the information that was sent to you?
Այն տեղեկությունները, որ մենք ձեզ ուղարկել էինք, դուք ժամանակ ունեցել եք վերանայելու։ Yes.
Did you have any questions about any of that?
Դուք ինչ որ հարցեր ունեք դրանց հետ կապված։ No, possibly not.
What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses. During this hearing, you did complete a psychological prior to this hearing, and so we have that as well. Did you receive a copy of your psychological evaluation?
Դուք ձեր հոգեբանական հարցաքննման այդ թուղթը ստացել եք։
He kind of looks like Dr. Kevorkian. What do you guys think?
Yes, I received a blue paper and I filled it out and sent it back.
Okay. What about the psychological evaluation? Do you remember taking that?
Իսկ դուք հիշում եք, որ հոգեբանական թեստ եք անցել։
Back in May?
Yes, I remember there was a psychologist, female.
Did she go over that psychological with you? Did you receive a copy of that psychological evaluation?
Ինքը երբ ձեզ քննեց, ինքը ձեզ ուղարկեց իր yes.
Let's go over your current committing offense.
Հիմա քննարկենք մեղադրանքները ձեր դեմ հարուցված։
In case 141700828, you were convicted of a first-degree felony attempted murder.
Ձեզ մեղադրում են փորձ մարդասպանություն կատարելու փորձի։
It sounds like it.
This occurred on May 29th, 2014, when you got into a physical altercation with your wife at the time when she told you she wanted to get a divorce.
Դա տեղի ունեցել մայիսի 29-ին 2014 թվականին, երբ ձեր կինը ձեզ ասել է, որ ուզում է բաժանվել։
It states in here that you started punching the victim in the face and head area, got a box cutter knife and attacked the victim.
Այստեղ ասված է, որ դուք նրան հարվածել եք մի քանի անգամ գլխին, այնուհետև սուր գործիք, որով տուփեր են բացում, վերցրել եք եւ փորձել եք նրան հարվածել դրանով։
You cut her several times on various body parts. While the victim tried to leave the residence, you would not allow her to leave.
Դուք նրան մի քանի հարվածներ եք հասցրել, վնասներ հասցնելով, երբ նա փորձել է փախուստի դիմել բնակարանից, որը դուք արգելել եք։
You had held her against her will for a while, but at some point she was able to convince you to take her to the hospital for the numerous cuts and blood loss she had suffered.
Նա մի քանի անգամ փորձել է խնդրել ձեզ, որպեսզի դուք իրեն արձակեք կամ բժշկական օգնություն հատկացնեք, տանեք իրեն բուժկետ, որտեղ նա կկարողանար ստանալ բժշկական օգնություն մարմնական վնասվածքների հետևանքով։
You attempted to clean up all of the blood she had lost, and once you were satisfied with the scene that you had somewhat cleaned, you drove her to the hospital.
Եվ միայն այն ժամանակ, երբ դուք կարողացել եք տեղը մաքրել եւ արյան հետքերը ոչնչացնել, վերացնել, միայն այդ դրանից հետո դուք նրան տարել եք բուժկետ։
However, instead of going to the hospital, you began driving in a different direction and informed her that you were both going to die that night.
Բայց փոխարեն նրան ուղիղ տանել բուժկետ, դուք տարբեր ուղղություններով մեքենան վարել եք եւ շարունակ կրկնել եք, որ դուք երկուսդ էլ պետք է մահանաք։
At an intersection, she got out of the vehicle and began to run. You turned the car around in the intersection and crashed it into the northeast side of the intersection and then chased her down.
Երբ խաչմերուկի վրա եք եղել, նա մեքենայից փորձել է դուրս է եկել եւ սկսել է վազել հակառակ ուղղությամբ, դուք այդ խաչմերուկով շրջանցում եք կատարել, հարվածելով մեքենան արգելակին եւ փորձել եք նրա հետևից վազել։
After knocking her to the ground, you tried to cut and stab her several more times, but then put the knife to your own throat.
Երբ դուք հասել եք նրան, դուք մի քանի անգամ հարվածել եք նրան, նորից դանակի հարվածներ հասցնելով, այնուհետև մոտեցրել եք այդ սուր գործիքը ձեր կոկորդին։
Several witnesses tackled you to the ground, and then witnesses stated that they saw you stabbing the victim in her side. Other witnesses stated they believed you were trying to cut her throat, and then you had attempted to kill yourself by cutting your wrist with the box cutter knife.
Այնուհետև որոշ վկաներ, որոնք այդ պահին մոտեցել են եւ ձեզ կանգնեցրել են, տապալելով գետնին, վկայություն են տվել, որ դուք մի քանի անգամ նրան հարվածներ եք հասցրել այդ տուփը կտրիչ գործիքով, ոմանք վկաներից ասել են, որ դուք նրան հարվածել եք մարմնի կողքին եւ կտրվածքներ հասցրել իրեն, այնուհետև պահելով այդ կտրող գործիքը ձեր ձեռքին կտրել եք ձեր ձեռքը։
During the PSI, the pre-screen investigation report, you had stated not remembering some of the offense and noting that after coming to with a knife in your hand, you stated that we were both relaxed and peaceful at the time. I told her, your actions caused me to do this. If you wanted a divorce, why couldn't we do it peacefully and you make me look bad in our children's eyes?
Երբ ձեզ ձերբակալել են, դուք հարցաքննության ժամանակ ասել եք, որ նա է եղել պատճառը, որ դրդել է ձեզ նման արարքների, եւ եթե նա ուզում էր բաժանվել, ինչու չէր կարող նա անել դա խաղաղ ձևով, որպեսզի տրավմաս չհասցնել եւ ձեզ եւ իրեն եւ ձեր երեխաներին։
You stated at the time that you weren't sure how to make people believe that you did not intend to kill her because you are not that kind of a person.
Oh, yeah,
Դուք
Boy
նաև
Scout.
ճշտել եք, որ դուք այն մարդը չեք, որպեսզի
What do you guys think?
մարդասպանություն
Should they
գործի,
parole him?
եւ,
What's your guys'
մարդիկ,
thoughts on
որոնք
this?
ձեզ ճանաչում են, կարող են վկայել
This is
այդպես։
like a crazy ass
You
story.
also we're trying to make it clear that you were not trying to tamper with evidence after the attack in the home in regard to cleaning up the blood. You simply were cleaning it up before your children arrived.
Դուք նաև ասել եք, որ դուք չեք փորձել թաքցնել ձեր հանցագործության հետքերը արյունը մաքրելով, դուք պարզապես դա արել եք, որպեսզի երեխաները տուն գալուց չսարսափեն այդ տեսնելուց։
You also stated during this interview that if your wife hadn't made you so angry, none of this would have happened, and you didn't really cause her real injuries to your wife, meaning not cutting any vital organs or arteries.
Այդ հարցաքննման ժամանակ դուք նաև ասել եք, որ դուք ձեր կինն է ձեզ դրթել իր արարքներով այդ քայլին դիմել եւ այն հարվածները, որ դուք հասցրել եք, դրանք մահացու չեն եղել։
Sir, is that accurate?
Այդ ամենը ճշմարիտ է։
Այո։
Yes.
What would you like me to know about the incident?
Ինչ կուզենայիք ավելացնել, ասել այդ դեպքի վերաբերյալ։
2014 թվի 29-ին ես արել եմ ցանկ, որի համար ես շատ զղջում եմ։
Hopefully she translates
On May
good.
29, 2014, I have committed an act for which I'm deeply sorry.
Ես ուզում բաժանվել, ես ուզում էի պայքարել մեր ընտանիքը բաժանումից, երեխեքս չմեծանային առանց որ
I did not want the divorce. I was fighting to keep my family together because I did not want my children to grow up fatherless.
բայց այդ ամենը եղավ իմ մտածածին հակառակ։
But everything happened against my will.
Ես արեցի ցանկ,
I committed an act.
ես շատ մեղավոր եմ
I committed an act for which I'm deeply sorry,
եւ շատ զղջում եմ իմ արածների համար։
and I regret what I have done.
Կան ողջ մնացած կյանքում չեմ անի նման սիբան։
I will never do anything like that for the rest of my life.
When you originally were talking to the agent who conducted your pre-screen investigation, the comments that you made stating that your actions caused this regarding your wife, and that she's the one that made you angry and it's her fault. Tell me about that?
Ի սկզբանե երբ ձեզ բերման են ենթարկել եւ ձեզ հարցաքննել են, դուք ասել եք, որ ձեր կինն էր մեղավոր, որ նա է ձեզ դրթել նման քայլի դիմել եւ նա է պատճառը, որ դուք չեք կարողացել ձեր գործարքները, ձեր վարքը պահել եւ դուք ինչ նկատի ունեիք դրանով, մեղադրում եք ձեր կնոջը։
Կարելի է այդ ամեն ինչը ախորոք ասել, ոչ թե գայինք Միացյալ Նահանգներ, թե նա ուզում էր բաժանվել, նա կարող Հայաստանում բաժանվել, ոչ թե գար Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգներ եւ առաջարկել բաժանություն։ Դա ճիշտ չեղավ իր կողմից։
If she wanted to divorce me, she could have said that and started the process before us coming to United States while we were in Armenia.
You got that one right,
She
Snow.
didn't have to enter the U.S. with me and then break the family after coming to the United States.
There were some victim letters that were submitted prior to your original hearing back in June that had to be continued that were submitted from your children. Is that accurate, sir?
Ձեր երեխաները ցուցմունք են ներկայացնել հունիս ամսին դեպքի վերաբերյալ դուք տեղյակ եք այդ մասին։ Yes, in a blue packet I did receive that.
The last couple of hearings, one of your daughters was here to make a statement. She is not here today, which kind of surprises me. And so I'm going to read some of the information within those victim statements, okay?
Անցած լսման ժամանակ ձեր աղջիկը այստեղ էր եւ ցուցմունք էր տվել, ես զարմացած եմ, որ ինքը այսօր այստեղ չի, բայց ես կուզենայի այդ ցուցմունքից բերվականել։
One of your daughters stated in her letter, being terrified as a child of leaving their mother alone with their father.
Նա ձեր դուստրերից մեկն ասել է, որ փոքրուց նա միշտ վախեցել է իր մորը ձեզ հետ մենակ թողնելու։
The family having to use code words to let each other know that their father was in the home.
Can you repeat that, please?
The family would use code words to let each other know that their father was in the home.
Ընտանիքի անդամները հատուկ խոսքերով կոդի ձևով իրար տեղեկացնում էին, որ հայրը տունն է։
At age 8, she witnessed her father strangling her mother with a blanket.
Երբ նա 8 տարեկան էր, նա հիշում է, թե ինչպես դուք փորձել եք իրեն մորը, նա հիշում է, թե ինչպես իր հայրը փորձում էր խեղդել իր մորը աջալով։
Her brother had an anxiety attack during the witnessing of this assault.
Եվ նրա եղբայրը այդ դեպքին նույնպես ներկա լինելով սարսափի տագնապ է զգացել։
She stated that that May date back in 2014 was one of the most scariest days of her life.
Նա ասում է, որ դա իր կյանքի ամենասարսափելի օրերից մեկն էր այդ դեպքը 2014 թվականին տեղի ունեցած։
She speaks about still being fearful of you for her family's sake and herself, even after all this time.
Can you repeat that, please?
She speaks of her still being fearful of her father, for her family, as well as herself after all this time.
Նույնիսկ այսքան ժամանակ անցնելուց հետո նա ձեր դուստրը մինչ այժմ սարսափում է իր հոր ներկայ լինելուց։
She also spoke about witnessing what her mother has gone through due to the injuries suffered that day, such as migraines and health issues from the assault.
Այդ դեպքի հետո այն վնասվածքները եւ առողջական քայքայումը, որ մայրը շարունակ ապրել է մինչ այժմ տագնապ է ստեղծում աղջկա հոգում։
Another daughter talks about
Deny next.
you being the embodiment of evil, as if it took on human form.
Մյուս դուստրը վկայում է, որ դուք չարիքի մարդկային կերպարն եք։
You scaring, harassing, and abusing her mother physically and mentally for years.
Որ դուք տարիներ շարունակ սպառնել եք, վախեցրել եք եւ խոշտանգել եք իրենց մորը։
You having abused their mother in all forms of abuse ever imaginable, both physically and emotionally.
Որ դուք խոշտանգել եք իրենց մորը եւ ֆիզիկապես եւ հոգեպես։
Talking about while they were living in Armenia, threatening their mother, and that if she ever divorced her, he would rape the daughter, run the daughter over, and leave her body for her mother to see.
Որ նույնիսկ Հայաստանում դուք սպառնացել եք ձեր կնոջը, որ եթե նա փորձի բաժանվի ձեզանից, դուք կբռնաբարեք իր իսկ դուստրին մեքենայով կանցնեք վրայով եւ կթողնեք մարմինը փողոցի վրա։
It goes on to state that they lived in fear. They worry when you get out of jail that you'll hurt the family members or us as your first act.
Նրանք վախենում են, որ դուք բանտարկումից դուրս գալու դեպքում վնաս կպատճառեք բոլոր ընտանիքի անդամներին որպես վրեժ լուծելու։
Even if you are deported, they fear for their families' safety back in Armenia.
Եթե նույնիսկ ձեզ ուղարկեն հետ Հայաստան, նրանք միևնույն է վախենում են իրենց
believe
ընտանիքի
they're speaking Armenian.
անվտանգության համար։
Your son also submitted a letter talking about being scared every waking moment of his life.
Ձեր տղան նույնպես ցուցմունք է ներկայացրել, որ նա իր կյանքի ամեն օրը սարսափի մեջ է արթնանում։
He writes, speaking of describing incidents that happened to illustrate that this is not an isolated event.
Ձեր որդին նույնպես ցուցմունք է տվել, որ այդ դեպքը եզակի դեպք չի եղել եւ եղել են շարունակ դեպքեր։
From the year he was born to the year he committed the crime, he was convicted of you would beat his mother and threaten her family members if she retaliated.
Երբ որ դուք սպառնացել եք այն օրվանից ինչ ձեր տղան ծնվել է մինչև այն օրը, երբ այդ դեպքը տեղի ունեցել եւ ձեզ բանտարկման են ենթարկել, դուք սպառնացել եք իր մորը, որ եթե նա որևէ բան փոխադարձ պատժիչ գործ ձեռնարկի ձեր հանդեպ, ապա դուք ել ավելի սարսափելի պատժի կներկայացնեք իրեն։
He too is concerned for his mother's safety as well as anyone that she loves, as he feels that you would go after any of them to retaliate against her.
Նա նույնպես վախենում է իր մոր անվտանգության համար, որովհետև նա համոզված է, որ դուք վնաս կհասցնեք եւ նրան եւ բոլոր նրանց, ում իրենց մայրը մտերիմ կապ ունի եւ սիրում է։
The victim's daughter has logged on now, so I'm going to swear her in really quick so she can make a statement as well.
This fool's druvo.
Ձեր դուստրը հիմա երթման կբերվի եւ նա ուզում է ցուցմունք տալ։
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to swear you in. Just know that we do have an interpreter here, so if you could take pauses so she can interpret for you, that would be great, okay?
Sure, thank you.
If you would raise your right hand for me, and I'll just assume that you are. I don't want you to have to turn on your camera if you don't want to. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is accurate and true, ma'am?
Դուք երթվում եք ասել ճշմարտությունը եւ միայն ճշմարտությունը եւ ոչինչ բացի ճշմարտությունից։ Լիլիթ Մարկոսյան ասում է այո։
Thank you. Ma'am, what would you like me to know?
Ինչ կուզենայիք ասել։
I'd like to read my mother's victim impact statement for her.
Ես կուզենայի կարդալ իմ մոր Զոհի այս դեպքում ցուցմունքը։
Honorable Board of Pardons and Parole. The horrific actions of Mr. Badikyan have caused permanent damage to my physical and mental health as well as to my 3 children.
Ստեփան Բադիկյանի արարքը վերականգնելի վնաս է հասցրել իմ հոգեկան, իմ ֆիզիկական առողջությանը, այնպես նաև իմ երեխաների հոգեկան առողջությանը։
Due to the repeated blows to my head, I am slowly going blind in one eye and need ongoing treatment.
Մի շարք հարվածներ, որոնք նա հասցրել է իմ գլխին, առաջացրել է այն փաստը, որ իմ մի աչքը կուրանում է եւ ես պահանջի մշտական բժշկական օգնության եւ բուժման կարիք ունեմ դրա հետևանքով։
I also have crippling migraines that greatly hinder the quality of my life, as well as PTSD.
Նաև ես շարունակական ունեմ գլխացավեր եւ դեպքից իմ հոգեկան աշխարհին հասցված վախի, սարսափի հետապնդող զգացումը։
My children suffer from nightmares to this day and are always worried for my life, even if I am at the store or at work.
Իմ երեխաները մղջի մեջ են, շարունակ սարսափներ են ունենում, մինչև առ այսօր նրանք սարսափում են իմ կյանքի անվտանգության համար։
The crimes committed by Mr. Badikyan in 2014 left a permanent scar, but I want you to know that it was not an isolated event.
Այն վնասները մարմնական, որ Բադիկյանը հասցրել է ինձ, չեն վերանա երբևէ, բայց դրա հետ մեկտեղ ես կուզենայի, որ դուք իմանաք, թե ինչ սարսափելի վնաս է հասցվել ինձ։
Ever since 2003, I have been beaten, threatened, and isolated by Mr. Badikyan.
Այդ ֆիզիկական վնասները հասցվել են ինձ շարունակական տարիներ շարունակ սկսված 2003 թվականին։
When I was pregnant with my youngest daughter, he beat me so badly that my child suffered complications and almost didn't make it.
Ես հղի էի այդ ժամանակ իմ ամենափոքր դուստրով եւ նա ինձ այնպես էր ծեծել, որ իմ նորածին երեխան մեծ բարդություններով է աշխարհ եկել եւ հնարավոր էր որ նույնիսկ չծնվեր։
I made many attempts to leave. Who wouldn't? But he threatened to beat, rape, or even kill my oldest daughter and relatives.
Ես շարունակական անգամ, մի քանի անգամ եմ փորձել լքել նրան, բայց նա ամեն անգամ ինձ ծեծելով սպառնում էր, որ նա բռնաբարի մեծ դուստրին եւ իմ բարեկամներին, եթե ես նման քայլի դիմեմ։
I believed him, so for years I stayed and tried to raise my children as normally as I could.
Վախենալով ես գիտեի, որ նա ընդունակ է դրան եւ ես մնացի նրա հետ պահպանելով իմ երեխաներին եւ փորձեցի մեծացնել նրանց ինչքան հնարավոր է նորմալ մարդիկ մեծացնելով։
Stepan Badikyan has a clear pattern of violence, and I have every reason to believe it's one he will repeat if released.
Ստեփան Բադիկյանը շարունակական բռնության հակում ունի եւ ես վախենում եմ, որ նա չի դադարի։
He has proven that these threats are not empty and that he will follow through on them.
Նա արդեն ապացուցել է, որ նման սպառնանքները բռնության դատարկ սպառնանքներ չեն, որ նա իրագործում այդ սպառնանքները գործով։
If he is released, my family will suffer the consequences, and if he is deported to Armenia, he will go after my elderly mother or my 9-year-old niece.
Damn.
Նա սպառնանք է մեզ ոչ միայն այստեղ, այլ նաև Հայաստանում։ Եթե նա ուղարկվի Հայաստան, նա սպառնանք է իմ մոր, զարամյալ մոր կյանքին, այնպես ինչպես մանուկ եղբոր կամ քրոջ երեխային, որը 9 տարեկան է։
He is a man that has nothing to lose and will not hesitate to be arrested again if it means he got his revenge.
Նա մի անձնավորություն է, որին ոչինչ չի կարող կանգնեցնել կամ վախեցնել։ Երբ նա կանգնած է մի բանի առջև, երբ նա կորցնելու է ամեն ինչ, նա իր վրեժը լուծելու համար կդիմի ամենավերջին քայլին։
I am asking the board to please not let Stepan Badikyan terrorize my family any longer in the US or in Armenia.
Ես խնդրում եմ դատարանին, որպեսզի կանխել Ստեփան Բադիկյանի սպառնանքները եւ վտանգը, որ նա ներկայացնում է իրենով Միացյալ Նահանգներում գտնվելով կամ Հայաստանում։
Please recognize that he is not fit to be in society and that he will harm anybody who shares my blood.
Ես խնդրում եմ, որ դուք հասկանաք, որ այդ անձնավորությունը չի կարող լինել ազատ հասարակության մեջ, քանի որ նա վրեժ խնդրող եւ առնախում անձնավորություն է։
The scars he has left all over my body will always be a painful reminder of the day Mr. Badikyan tried to end my life, and the nightmares endured by my children break my heart.
Այն մարմնական վնասվածքները, որ նա հասցրել է իմ մարմնին, մինչ իմ կյանքիս վերջինս կհիշեցնեն այն սարսափը, որ այս մարդը իմ կյանքում բերել է եւ եւ կհիշեցնի իմ երեխաներին, թե նա ինչ սարսափելի անձնավորություն է։
We have suffered enough and continue to do so. Please don't give Stepan Badikyan the chance to inflict more pain on us. Thank you. Best, Anahid Markosian.
Մենք բոլորս տառապել ենք շատ այդ մարդու այդ անձնավորության հրեշավոր գործերից եւ մենք խնդրում ենք, որպեսզի դուք թույլ չտաք, որ նա շարունակի մեզ տերորի ենթարկել։ Անահիտ Մարկոսյան։
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anything else you would like me to know?
That's it. Thank you so much. You have all of our letters, my brothers and sisters' letters, and my mom's letters. And I'm just so thankful for the chance you gave us to share our thoughts and opinions about this. Thank you.
Ես ոչինչ չունեմ ավելացնելու, դուք ունեք իմ քրոջ, իմ եղբոր եւ իմ մոր ցուցմունքները եւ փաստերը եւ մենք հավատում ենք արդարությանը։
Thank you. Sir, what do you want me to know?
Պարոն, դուք ինչ կուզենաք, որ ես լրացուցիչ իմանամ։
Կարտահայտվեմ այդ բողոքների, իմ ընտանիքի բողոքների կապակցությամբ, բռնաբարությունների եւ այլ նման անցանքների համար ես ուզում եմ
Regarding the accusations made of my actions and threats of rape, I'd like to clarify a few things.
Իմ կնոջ հայրը երկու եղբայրները եղել են ոստիկաններ պաշտոնավոր։
My father-in-law, my wife's father, and his brothers have been professional law enforcement officers.
Եթե ես նման բաներ առած լինեի, նրանք իսկույն ինձ ձերբակալեին եւ նետեին բանտ։
Had I done all those things that I'm accused of, they would have arrested me and thrown me to jail.
Ես նման չեմ արել։
I haven't done those things.
Եվ երկրորդը ասեի որ
And the second that I would like to say,
ես 10 տարի արդեն ստեմ ոք հասկալնեիք իմ մասին, որ ես կրվարար եմ, կռիվ եմ արել, ես իմ բնավորությամբ հանգիստ մարդ եմ եւ երբեք կռիվ չեմ արել։ Դեպքեր էլ որ ինձ վրա հարձակվել են, բայց ես նույնիսկ նրանց չեմ պատասխանել։
I've been here for 10 years and I was told that I'm a violent person. I am not a violent person. There have been acts of violence against me, but I did not respond
Oh, no,
to
you're
them
a saint.
with violence.
That's bananas.
Okay.
Hey, how do you guys feel?
What have you been up to since you've been incarcerated, sir? What programming have you completed?
Ձերբակալումից սկսած մինչ այժմ դուք ինչ ծրագրերի եք մասնակցել։
Ես մասնակցել եմ դասերի, ես վերջի 2 ամսը եմ հայ դպրոց։
I've been attending some classes this last 2 months. I've been going to classes. Ինչ դասեր են։
Last 2 months, you should have been doing that as soon as you walked in them gates.
Դասի մասնակցել եմ։
I don't remember exact course names, but I've attended about 10 of those
I see.
courses.
You didn't bring any paperwork?
High school? And high school. I completed the high school. I'm still attending high school.
Tell me what you've learned since you've been in here.
Ասեք ինչ եք ինչ գիտություն եք ձեռք բերել, ինչ այստեղ եք, ինչ եք սովորել։
Սովորել եմ կյանքին նայել ավելի լուրջ։
I learned to take life more seriously.
Մասնակցել եմ տարբեր դասերի եւ դասերից սովորել եմ։
After having attended several classes, I gained knowledge of things.
Kind of knowledge.
Ինչ գիտելիքներ, ինչ բաներ եք ձեռք բերել։ The history of United States, medical health care.
Conversation with people.
Communication culture, how to communicate with people.
Management.
Anger management classes.
Why have you not taken any domestic violence classes?
He's not violent.
Կենցաղի մեջ բռնության դիմելու դասերի ընդունել եք, անցել եք։
Casey, thank you. And Heather, gracias. Un chingo de gracias.
No, that course I did not take.
He's not violent. Hello.
I don't know exactly what the course is called. It was my understanding that I can't translate that from English to Armenian, the course that I attended in self-management.
Come on now. Knock it off. Playing the old victim role. Fragile. He wasn't all fragile when he had that box cutter in his hands. Trying to run over his...
Maybe I did not explain it right. But he has a statement or a note.
Oh, okay. He brought a little piece of paper.
He'd like me to read.
Okay.
I wonder how many soups he paid for that.
Should I read this? It's in Armenian, but translated into English. Should I read it?
Yeah, that's the only way I'm going to understand.
Okay. So, because I can read in Armenian and see if translation is accurate. But anyway, before I answer your questions, may I say something to get this off my chest? I had the opportunity to read the complaints from my wife, daughter, and son. I must say I was shocked. There are many incorrect statements. I understand my wife's perspective, but why direct so much hatred toward me through our children? I know somebody will be here today, and it wouldn't surprise me to hear the same statements. If I were truly the person they imagine me to be, then I believe you would have noticed these qualities over the past 10 years. As far as I understand, you haven't observed such things about me here. Yes, there have been some incidents, but someone else have always approached me first. However, I'm not angry with them, nor do I hold any resentment. Let God decide what is right. I acknowledge that I handled this situation terribly, and I understand that everything went wrong. It was never my intention to hurt my family from the beginning. I'm sorry for disappointing everyone I hurt. I just wish them all good health and a good life.
All right, so I found the Fox 13 article that you were speaking about. I got it up here on the
You
screen.
do have an interstate compact, not an interstate compact, I'm sorry.
Deportation.
A detainer.
Yep.
So
Adios,
if you
amigo.
were to be paroled, you would more than likely be sent back to Armenia.
Եթե որոշում կայացվի, որպեսզի ձեզ ազատ թողնել, դուք դեպորտացիա ձեզ ուղարկեն Հայաստան.
And that is up to the board to decide.
Բայց դա դատական ղեկավարությունը պետք է որոշի, նախագահությունը պետք է որոշի.
I do have concerns because I don't believe this was an isolated incident.
Ես ինքս անհանգստացած եմ, քանի որ ես չեմ հավատում, որ սա եզակի դեպք էր.
And that concerns me, especially since this incident was so severe.
Եվ դա ինձ շատ է անհանգստացնում, հաշվի առնելով այն խիստ եւ չար միջոցները, որին դուք դիմել եք.
While you claimed in that PSI that you didn't cause any real injuries to your wife,
Թեպետ դուք առաջի հարցաքննման ժամանակ ասել եք, որ դուք լուրջ վնասներ չեք հասցրել ձեր կնոջը.
that was more than likely caused by luck and not your intentions.
Եվ դա ոչ թե ձեր նպատակն էր նրան վնաս չհասնել, այլ պարզապես նրա բախտը բերել էր, որ նրան մահացու հարվածներ չեք հասցրել, ոչ թե այն, որ դուք խուսափել եք այն անելուց։
It seems for you to get that angry so quickly, there's been a pattern in the past.
Որպիսի մարդը նման չար արարքի դիմի եւ այդպիսի ըմբռնկվի կատաղությամբ դա չի կարող որ եզակի դեպք կլիներ։
And I do still hear some blame shifting in regard to you feeling like it's your wife's fault that she made you that angry that day.
Եվ ինձ զարմացնում է այն, որ դուք ձեր ելույթի մեջ դուք դեռ ինչ որ շեշտ եք դնում, որ ձեր կինը ինչ որտեղ անմեղ չէ։ Ձեզ արդարացնելով դուք հերքում եք այն ինչ որ նա ասում է։
The psychological that was conducted on May 22nd, 2024
հոգեբանական անալիզը, որ տարվել էր մայիսի 22-ին 24 թվականին,
it states here that your diagnosis is an unspecified mood disorder, depression, and anxiety.
ասվում է մասնագետի կողմից, որ դուք տրամադրության արագ փոփոխության եք ենթարկվում, որ դուք տառապում եք դեպրեսիայով եւ anxiety եւ հոգեկան ոչ կշռված լինելով.
In their recommendations, they do not consider you as a risk to yourself or the community.
Can you repeat that, please?
In their recommendations, they do not consider yourself a risk. They don't consider you a risk to yourself or the community.
Եվ իրենց ենթադրությամբ դուք վտանգ չեք սպառնում ձեզ կամ հասարակությանը
And that you should perform adequately on parole if you have an adequate house and job.
Եվ ձեզ պետք է դնել եթե ձեզ թողնեն ազատ, ապա աշխատանքի եւ բնակավայրի հետա քննության մեջ որոշ ժամանակ պետք է պահվեք։
At that point, they weren't sure of your deportation status.
Եվ նրանք համոզված չեն դեպորտացիայի ստատուսով։
It states that in your other recommendation, you will need family support to be successful in the community.
Նաև նրանք գտնում են, որ ձեզ պետք է ձեր հարազատների աջակցությունը, որպեսզի դուք կարողանաք ապրել հասարակության մեջ։
I show here, in regard to your mental health, you had noted in your packet that you submitted to the board that you suffer from migraines and stomach issues. Is that accurate?
Դուք նաև ձեր դիմումի մեջ, որը դիմել եք մեզ, ասում եք, որ դուք գլխացավեր եք ունենում եւ ստամոքսի խնդիրներ ունեք։
You're not taking any medications currently?
Դուք հիմա ոչ մի դեղեր չեք ընդունում, բուժում չեք ստանում, no.
Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to have some type of successful parole, whatever that may look like?
Can you repeat that question?
Is there anything that would prevent him from being able to have a successful parole?
Ինչ որ մի բան կա, որ կարող է կանխել ձեզ ազատ արձակելու եւ գտնվելու օրենքի հետևման մեջ։ Եթե ձեզ ազատ թողնեն, ինչ որ խնդրեմ կա, որ դուք չեք կարողանա նորմալ ապրել, գործել։ No, he doesn't see any problem.
If you are deported back to Armenia, if the board chooses to parole you, what is that going to look like?
Եթե մենք ձեզ ուղարկենք Հայաստան, ինչպես ձեր կյանքը այնտեղ կարող է ընթանալ։
Լավ կլինի։ Բայց ես կցանկանայի բարեկով մեծան դե աշխատանքը դժվար է ճարել։
It is okay, but I'm concerned because I would prefer to remain in the United States because in Armenia at my age, it would be very difficult to find a job and support myself.
And at this point, if the board chose to parole you, and I'm not saying that they're going to, it would be up to the federal government that would determine you being sent back. That's who has that say.
Ամեն դեպքում, եթե դատարանը որոշի եւ դա կլինի արդեն պետական դատարանը ոչ թե նահանգային, եթե այն որոշի ֆեդերալ դատարանը, որ ձեզ պետք է parole ենթարկեն, այսինքն դուք այստեղ մնաք եւ շարունակեք վերականգնման ձեր հասարակության մեջ վերականգնման գործադեպումը, դա միևնույն է ֆեդերալ դատարանը պետք է որոշի։ Ես չեմ ասում, թե դա կլինի այդպես, բայց դատարանը պետք է որոշի։
Sir, is there anything else you would like the board to know at this time?
Էլի ինչ որ բան ունեք ավելացնելու, որ
Երևի նույնիսկ ես արել եմ անցանք, որի համար զավոր եմ, շատ եմ զղջում։
Again, I'll repeat, I regret of what I have done. I did it and I regret that. I'm really, really sorry and I'm guilty.
About time he admits it.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Այն ամեն ինչ, որ մենք այսօր լսեցինք, այն դիմումները, որ ես ստացել եմ, այն ինչ, որ դուք այստեղ հայտարարեցիք, ես կհավաքեմ եւ զեկուցում կպատրաստեմ դրանց հիման վրա, որը կներկայացնեմ դատարան։
The board is made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case.
Այդ դատական այդ դատարանը կազմված է 5 հոգուց, նախագահությունը, դատական նախագահությունը կազմված է 5 անդամներից։
It is up to them on how they handle this, and it usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you.
Եվ ես չգիտեմ կոնկրետ որ օրը նրանք վճիռը կկայացնեն, բայց վճիռը կայացնելը տևում է 2-ից 4 շաբաթ, 2 to 4 weeks.
That decision will be uploaded electronically and will be available to other people that they'll get a copy of before you do.
Այդ վճիռը կկայացվի 2-ից 4 շաբաթվա ընթացքում, այն էլեկտրոնային ձևով կտեղեկացվի եւ բոլոր կողմերը կստանան իրենց պատճենները։
You will get a paper copy, which is why it takes longer to get to you.
Դուք կստանաք տպած վճիռը թղթի վրա եւ դրա համար է որ դա մի քիչ երկար կտևի։
That website to obtain that decision once it's been made is bop.utah.gov.
Եվ այդ սայթը ինտերնետով որ կարող է այդ վճիռը հասանելի լինել մյուս կողմերին www.bop.utah.gov.
You had a 72-month guideline, which we are past as of June 2nd, 2020.
Can you repeat that, please?
You have a guideline of 72 months, which we have passed as of June 2nd, 2020.
Դուք 72 ամսվա ժամկետ ունեիք, որը անցել է ըստ հունիսի 2-ին 2020 թվականին։
That guideline is just a guideline, meaning they can go below that, on that, or past that clearly, as they have already done.
Դա ընդամենը ուղացույց է, ինչպես ասում են ժամանակի առումով, եւ այն կարող էր լինել կարճ եւ կարող էր անցնել ժամկետը։
They can continue to go past that if they feel you are a safety risk to the community or they feel like they need you to complete something prior to an opportunity to parole.
Ժամկետը կարող է երկարացվել այն հետևյալ բաների հիման վրա, եթե նրանք ենթադրեն, որ դուք դեռ սպառնանք ենք հասարակությանը եւ կամ էլ եթե նրանք վճռեն, որ դուք պետք է լրացուցիչ ծրագրեր անցնեք։
You were originally given 554 days credit for time served.
554 օր արդեն հաշվել են ձեր օգտին, որ դուք անցել եք։
You have a 100-year expiration date, which is May 30th, 2114.
100 day,
100-year,
100-year expiration date.
which the date is May 30th, 2114.
2114 it is.
30th, 2114. Եվ մաքսիմալ ժամկետը կարող է լինել 100 տարի, որի հասունացման օրը կլինի մայիսի 30-ը 2114 թվական։
That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses.
Այսինքն, եթե նախագահությունը դատական որոշի, որ այդ մաքսիմալ ժամանակը դուք պետք է ենթարկվեք բանտարկման, դա իրենց իրավունքն է։
Do you have any other questions for me, sir, at this time?
Դուք որևէ հարցեր ունեք
Or comments for the board?
կամ որևէ բան ունեք ավելացնելու։
Ուզում եմ բան ասեմ, բայց չեմ գերեսում։ Ես դատարանից իջողական լինեին դեպքի նկատմամբ շատ եմ խնդրում
Acting all fragile, like he could barely speak. Knock it off.
I'm asking the board to be merciful towards me.
Ես մեղավոր եմ
I am guilty. Guilty.
Too late for that, buddy.
Թվում եմ բավար լինեմ
I ask for forgiveness.
Perfect.
With that, sir, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you, good luck to you, and have a good day. And I'd like to thank everybody who participated in this hearing.
Այսպեսով ավարտում ենք այսօրվա լսումը գործի, ցանկանում եմ ձեզ լավ օր եւ շնորհակալություն բոլորին մասնակցության համար։
Շնորհակալություն
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Adios, amigo. Adios, Ara. Hey, we'll see you back in 2114. I won't be holding my breath on that one because by that time, all of us will probably be all long gone unless they find a pill that we're able to live for the next 100 years or the next 90 years, if you will. Let me see. Mad Max, right. You know what? Right now, let me take him off the screen right now. And I'm going to look up the next individual that is coming up. Let's see who this is right here. Okay. What do you guys think this guy's here for? Any comments, guesses? Would he be found suitable? And hey, I want to go ahead and thank everybody that's in this. Let me move my head over here. I'm blocking this dude here. All right, so you guys, I'm pretty sure you're on the TT side want to see him. So there you go. And this should be, let me see, Michael Mark. Let's see. Let me look him up really quick and see what he's all about. And I got to adjust the camera here. Let me move it a tad bit right there. All right. All right. So let me see. Let me look him up here really quick. And let's see what he's here for.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Michael Jenkins, inmate 160687. Is this you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer for the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Did.
Do you have any questions on it?
No.
So this should be a pretty short hearing. Basically, what this is you had a hearing date or a parole date for December 17th, 2024 that had some contingencies connected with that. One was completing residential substance abuse programming as well as not having any disciplinaries. Since your last hearing, you've had several disciplinaries and you have yet to be able to get into residential substance abuse programming. And it looks like from the last special attention we had that you wouldn't be able to get into that until August 6, 2024. Is that accurate, sir?
Yeah, actually, I've found not guilty on my last write-up, so I think it would be sooner than that. But they're just having a hard time getting us in over there. And they came and gave me an ASAM, so they came and gave me the evaluation, and it came up with an intensive outpatient. So I have that all set up on the streets, and I have it. You know what I mean?
This guy's bad. He's bad
wrote
news.
You guys a letter saying that I have it all set up to go to on the street. So
The
I'm not
worst
trying to
kind.
get out of it or nothing like that. It's just been real hard to get into here, you know?
Yeah. And I have not received that letter as of yet,
There was
but I do see on here where it says the intensive outpatient.
Okay, and there was a copy of it in my blue packet from Action Recovery, just saying that. But either way, I mean, I could get in any treatment out there, you know, I should have no problem doing that, and I'm not trying to get around doing
What
it.
program did you say you were have you got
Action-
accepted to?
Action Recovery is the one that wrote you guys and sent a.
Okay, I thought you meant the programming here had
Oh, no.
written us a letter stating what your, okay, yes, we got that.
Yeah, okay.
So what you're wanting then basically is to be able to do the programming in the community.
Yeah.
Also, tell me about your disciplinaries. What was going on during the time that you kept getting?
It's been a few minor ones. It's hard to, you know what I mean? They really aren't much. My worst one is I had a bottle of beer in my back pocket. You know what I mean? I wasn't making it. I wasn't, and I own it. I will, you know what I mean? But
Where'd you get it from?
they're easy to get in. You know what I mean? There's a lot of drinking that goes around in there, and I shouldn't have been. I shouldn't have been. That you know what I mean? That puts my in jeopardy my date, and I have to, you know, I have to take accountability for that, and I am. But then the other ones were just missing a dentist appointment. One was for bringing food back from the cafeteria, which I think they found me not guilty. One was because I didn't get down fast enough during a fight, and those were all just refusing a direct order. They're really minor. I know they add up, and they.
Yeah, I see your B's on here, and then you've got the substance abuse A one, which is the one you said was the
Yeah.
beer. Okay.
But I've been here 5 years. I've been here 5 years.
Not
now.
long
You know what
enough.
I mean, it's the longest stay I've ever done, and it's really sank in. I'm not gonna lie. Like I want to change. You know.
Tell me what you feel like has changed so you don't end up coming back here if the board chooses to parole you.
I have never done anywhere close to this amount of time. Like this has been a stay that I will never forget. You know, I've seen things, and it's been hard on me. I mean, I have my plumbing license out there. My dad owns a plumbing supply. Plus, I went to the ATC, so I have a good job out there. I have a great family support, and yeah, this has just been the longest I've ever done. And I'm ready to get back into the community. You know.
Are you a plumber by trade, or is that something you got while you were out there and then got brought back here?
So I by trade. I went to ATC on the streets. So I have my license to the state of Doppel, state of license, you know. And I make good money, and it's a good trade.
If the board chose to parole you, where would you go?
Back to my parents' house, you know what I mean? That's where I normally always go. But I'm willing to do anything, you know. I'm willing to, if I have to go to a community center to do whatever. But my parents have no problem. They're more than willing to let me go there. And I have the Action Recovery set up for intensive outpatient.
What city do your parents live in?
Plain City, Utah. It's up by Ogden.
So this guy was a coach, and he did some very terrible things to some minors. Let me check. I want to check.
Is there anything else at this point, sir, that you're wanting the board to know?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and affirm that rescission date for that December 17th, 2024 parole that was rescinded due to your disciplinaries and unmet contingency. It's going to be up to the board, as you're well aware, on whether or not they're going to make you do a substance abuse program, because they do have outpatient here as well, prior to that parole, or they allow you to go ahead and go to the community and do your programming out there or at a halfway house.
Okay.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed here, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You'll get that decision in the next 2 to 4 weeks. And they'll make that decision. We are past your guidelines as of July 6, 2024, which you are well aware, it's just a guideline. They can continue to go past that if they feel necessary to. You have a 20-year top, which puts you at November 19th, 2038, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. So is there anything else you want to state or want the board to know at this point before we close?
I think that covered it. Just
Basura.
like I said, this state's made a pretty serious impact on me. I've never done nowhere close to this amount of time, and I want better for my life, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Don't drop the
Thanks.
don't drop the soap there,
Thanks.
buddy. All bad news, bad charges. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the next individual over here. Let's see what it is. Let me check. Next one is gonna be James. James. Oh hell no, he better not be here with some messed up charges. He's gonna be no bueno. Let me see. I gotta add the link over here to Michael. No bueno. He was a real POS. If you catch my drift over there, let me see. Let me see here. Okay. All right, and Daniel wrote on here drugs and forgery. Oh, this guy looks like a real stew right here. He is a real stew. Let me adjust this. I gotta adjust this here. This guy's a real. This guy looks like a real stew.
This is a rescission hearing for James Phillips, number 224212. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing, along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
I'm going to give just an overview of the new information in that packet, and then I'll give you a chance to speak about any of that as well. Looks like you returned from your latest parole in April of 24. You had a parole violation hearing in July of 2024. The board at that time revoked your most recent parole and granted a parole of October 8th, 2024. We were notified in August 2024 of new pending charges that had been filed. Since then, I think a second case was filed. At this time, there are 2 pending cases, case 241402357, felony 2 theft, felony 2 communications fraud, 5 counts of felony 3 forgery. That pending case has an alleged offense date of April 1st, 2024. Just right now, I checked, it looks like there's a waiver hearing scheduled for October 9th, 2024. Also, case 241909634, felony 2 theft, firearm or operable motor vehicle, felony 3 burglary, felony 3 theft. The alleged offense date in this case, March 26, 2024. It looks like a scheduling conference is set for October 18th, 2024. I do note that all pending charges are alleged behavior from this most recent parole. They were not alleged as parole violation allegations. The board already had revoked that past parole and granted a new parole. Based on the pending case, it looks like the board revoked or rescinded the October 8th, 2024 due to the pending cases. That's the information that I've received at this point. What'll likely happen after today's hearing is the board will set a paper review to track these pending cases. I'm gonna recommend that the board take judicial notice of those pending cases. Once those cases are resolved, the board will take appropriate action. If the cases result in board jurisdiction, there would need to be an original hearing for those cases. If there is no Board of Pardons jurisdiction, the board could make a release decision. They could also schedule a hearing to talk about any new information. So that's what I've reviewed at this point. That disclosure that you got, that contains all the new information that we've received, and also that summary of what's happened is what I have. Do you have any comments, questions, or concerns, inaccuracies about that? Does that all make sense to you?
You said I have a waiver hearing on the 9th. What is that?
No, I can't speak to the hearings that are scheduled in court. That is for the 2 criminal cases that are pending. So what you'll need to do is cooperate and attend those hearings that are scheduled with the courts regarding that alleged behavior. So that's I can't speak to anything the courts are doing. I work at the Board of Pardons. So these cases carry the potential for Board of Pardons jurisdiction. So the board is going to wait on making a dispositional decision until those cases have resolved. I do encourage you to let the board know and notify the board when those cases are resolved. Like I said, after today's hearing, the board will likely set a paper review where we'll have staff tracking those cases, and we will, look into whether the cases have been resolved. And once that happens, we will take appropriate action. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not in a position to make any comments about proceedings in the criminal court because that is not today's proceeding. Does that make sense?
I was just trying to clarify what you said. Waiver?
I show a public record. It shows you have a hearing scheduled for October 9th of 2024. So that's what I'm seeing on public record. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that pending case. And then in the second case, you have what's discussed. It's labeled as a scheduling conference for October 18th of 2024. I'm not involved in the substance of those hearings, so I can't speak to what is going on at that, but that is procedurally the next step. Do you have any updates, or is that different as far as your understanding of the procedure of the cases?
No, I guess that sounds right. I don't know.
Okay.
No
sé. Well, those are what I'm seeing. So I would encourage you to participate in those criminal cases, that obviously as is required. I do note it looks like you recently started Ideas for Better Communication, and you haven't had any disciplinary since your last hearing. I'll note those things as well, so the board's aware of them. What have you been doing in the Better Communication class?
Well, I only got to go to 2 of them, and then I just moved to the other side of the prison. So I think I have to restart again. But I had a couple of classes. It was just, they haven't gave me a packet, and it was talking about ways to communicate better using assertive and like being assertive instead of passive or aggressive.
Okay. Well, yeah, well, thank you for your comments. I'm going to note that new information. To me, that's what seems to be the new information. Those 2 pending cases, which of course have the felony charges, the alleged behavior for those felony charges. What will likely happen after today's hearing again is the board will set a paper review to monitor those cases. Okay, once those cases are resolved, the board will take appropriate action. If they result in Board of Pardons jurisdiction or additional time to be served at the prison, the board will have to schedule an original hearing. If not, then the board could make a decision on release at that time. They could also schedule another hearing. So that's my understanding of what I think will happen after today's hearing. Do you have any other questions or concerns for me today?
Will I be getting credit for both these cases since I was arrested?
So yeah, it's too early to say anything like that. These are pending charges. No pleas have been entered as far as I can tell. So those cases need to be resolved. It depends on the outcome of that case, what happens. So I can't really speak to credit you'll be giving or any sentence that you may receive, right? It's too early for that. So that's why we're going to be setting a paper review to track these things. If you were to be convicted, the sentence would be done through the district court. So the judge, the court, is who makes a sentence. And then depending on that outcome, there may or may not be resulting Board of Pardons jurisdiction. So does that make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I was just curious if I was going to get credit for all the time I've been locked up.
Obviously, we're measuring all the time. The board in making decisions moving forward knows, since you've been in prison since April 24th, 2024, we have all that documentation, and we'll continue to monitor that, but we just need to wait until those cases are resolved before the board can make its next decision. So that's kind of where things stand.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or concerns that you have for me or comments you'd like to make?
No.
Okay.
That's
Well, with
all.
that, Mr. Phillips, thank you for being here at today's hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay.
All right, guys, I stepped away for a moment. I'm trying to get it in with this food my wife just brought me, and I don't want anybody screen recording me while I'm stuffing my face, so that's why I'm moving away. Hey, whenever I say a stew, that's right there. When I say a stew, that's what you should be imagining right there. This guy was a fugitive. I think he was arrested in Nevada, from what I saw on the oh man, they messed this thing up. Let me see while they get that going. Wanted fugitive from Utah, arrested in Mesquite on drug and forgery charges. Interesting. All right, they fixed that up on that side. Let me move the chat over here so we could see.
This is an original hearing for Joshua Edwards, number 198302. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing, along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
That disclosure packet contains the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you an opportunity to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information. I've prepared a summary of things, questions to talk about with you from that information, but I do want to give you the opportunity. Are there any errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to discuss before we proceed?
No.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'm going to provide an overview of your convictions, sentence, your guideline dates, basically how this hearing works.
Okay.
From there, there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. I'm going to we'll review the facts, so what happened in those 2 cases. Third, I've prepared some questions that I'd like to ask you about what's led us here, what you've been doing, and your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record.
Okay.
Your commitment offenses are 2 counts of driving under the influence, felony 3. You're serving a sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. That sentence will expire as of now on February 5th of 2029. So that is the maximum amount of time in the sentence, or when the maximum amount of time the board will retain jurisdiction. Your parole guideline calls for 15 months, which would lead to you being released on February 10th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before then or after that date up into the expiration of sentence. In making that decision, they will consider your case as a whole with all relevant factors.
Okay, that question I didn't understand. Yeah, it was the 2005, the 10 to the 5. It said on my paperwork, on my blue packet, it said guideline 2000 or February 2010 or February the 10th of 2005, and then it said February the 5th, 2025 as well. So I didn't understand which one was which.
Do I show it? February 10th, 2025 is the guideline date. I do note that also in August of 2024, the board did a scheduling review. They scheduled today's hearing, and they requested an ASAM, or a substance use assessment, prior to today's hearing. And they noted that they expected you to participate in that assessment, which you have done, and we'll talk about here in just a minute. So the first case we need to talk about is case 2311-00514. In November 2023, officers pulled over the vehicle you were driving for traffic violations. You showed signs of intoxication. I think an open 12-pack of beer was in the back seat. You and a passenger both admitted to having drank some of that alcohol. I think, refused sobriety tests, but your license was suspended and you were an alcohol-restricted driver. At the jail, your blood alcohol content was measured as 0.163. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes and no, but we were pulled over for seat belts is why he told me. We were at a four-way stop.
Yeah, and so I think really, sorry. Okay. So
yeah, we were at a four-way stop.
Go ahead.
We were at a four-way stop facing each other, and he just noticed that my passenger had not had a seatbelt on, and that's what he told me as well. And then he saw the beer in the back, and then if we drank, and I said we stopped and had some, yes, before.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Personally, I think the relevant portion of this is that you were driving under the influence of alcohol with a blood alcohol content of 0.163. That's correct. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's what they said.
Okay, that's what they said?
That's what I did at the jail. I didn't have a field sobriety test or anything like that at all.
Okay.
I just went to the
But
jail.
do you deny that you were drinking and driving or under the influence? Okay, thank you for your comments. The next case is case 2319-02987. In July of 2023, you rear-ended another vehicle. The pre-sentence report says that it, quote, was a person injured crash. I think the report says you asked the victim to not call police, quote, or you would get another DUI. You told police the vehicle in front of you had slammed its brakes once the light turned yellow, causing you to rear-end it. You admitted you had been drinking before you left where you were coming from. You were an alcohol-restricted driver. Your blood tested showed a blood BCI of 0.15 at that time. Is that accurate as to what occurred?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the blood alcohol because I didn't take a sobriety test there. I went to the hospital actually. Also, they took me to the hospital. And they stated, I don't know if they stated that or not, but yeah.
Had you been drinking alcohol and under the influence and chose to drive? Is that
Yeah.
accurate? Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in looking at your history, you have 5 past DUI convictions, I believe, 2006, 2010, 2015, and then these 2, I believe, from 2023. It looks like you've been on probation 2010, and then also in 2015 to 2019, DUI court the first time. Looks like I think you remain incarcerated after the second of these cases, so no probation in these specific cases. Over the years, what do you think has caused you to continue returning to driving under the influence?
This guy makes me want to drink.
To be honest, it was I was doing pretty good for a while, and I had a little brother pass just not too long ago. Kind of tipped the scale a little bit, and that's kind of where I fell back into my old ways.
Okay. And do you plan on to continue drinking? I know this, one of the pre-sentence reports, it says you made statements that, quote, alcohol is only an issue when you drive, but it's not a problem if you stay home. And, quote, he states he's a fun drunk and enjoys alcohol. Now that he does not have a car, it should not be a problem. Do you still plan on continuing to drink, or what's your stance on that?
No, I've been in here now sober for quite a while and looking at things a lot different. I definitely do not want to ever come back here. I've taken some classes in here, a lot of cell packets with the LDS things. I've been going to church and stuff like that. I've also earned a job of a trustee here in Beaver, cleaning and working. So yeah, it's definitely a different life for me now.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you currently now plan to not continue drinking?
That's the plan. That is definitely the plan.
And I note, I think on your probations, you were in DUI court. I've reviewed the violations that were listed there. Both those probations were unsuccessful, and then obviously after a few years return to this cycle of behavior. If you're granted parole, what needs to change so that you can apply the things that you've been exposed to in treatment? What needs to change so that you can break this cycle?
Yeah.
It begins with me and my train of thought, pretty much. I just need to stick with the tools that I know and have right now. So that's pretty much my biggest thing. I have a great family support. I do have some great support actually from good friends as well. So, and I've had phone calls with them that have said things need to be changed, even with them, you know. So,
You don't say.
kind of an eye opener.
And I wanted to ask, have you gained any insight into victim impact, how your actions affect others in the community, and also the specific victim in this case? Have you gained any insight into that?
Definitely. And it's not just, yeah. There's my family, everyone that is, it's not just me. It's definitely the people around me that care. It affects everybody. So my actions.
And I don't want to minimize that, and certainly your situation, the things that you're stating, but have you thought about how your actions affected the victim of your case? So the individual that, you know, while you were driving, the victim of that crash, as well as other potential victims in the community?
Yes, I have.
What insight have you gained about that?
That I could have really, it could have been a lot worse, you know, than what had happened. I could have killed him. So definitely do not want that to happen.
That would be no
Looks like
bueno.
so you complied with the assessment. Looks like that came back and recommended a residential treatment program. Have you tried to get into a program or treatment?
There is some, yeah, in it's for MRT. They have, there's Bucks or Bear River Health Department, and they have classes. I've looked into that. There's life skills, and ERG, early recovery group.
And that's where you're housed right now in Beaver County?
Yes, I'm in Beaver.
And it sounds like you're willing to complete treatment that's recommended, residential substance abuse treatment and other treatments as well?
Yeah, they have counseling and stuff like that at that, like therapy.
As I note you submitted a packet to us that asked questions, and in that packet you said you do not think you need treatment or programming while incarcerated or after release. Is that your statement? Do you not think you need treatment, or was that a misstatement?
No, I mean, I truly am on, just from the way I'm going right now with my mindset and everything, I'm pretty much.
You're cured?
A sober person right now, and I want to stay that way. That is my mindset.
I see.
I mean, everything does help, but I'm pretty set in my ways right now.
Yeah,
as far as the routines.
We saw how that worked previously.
Not wanting to come back here. You know, with the Lord and everything like that, church and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's walking with the
good.
Lord.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you do not think you need treatment or programming?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Oh yeah, well you're not going to be found suitable.
You do think you need it, or you do not think you need it?
I'm good without it.
Without it, okay.
5 DUIs and he doesn't need it.
The board is going to require you to complete recommended treatment. It's up to the board, certainly, but I don't want to set that expectation that it won't be there. I think the board, obviously, it's up to them whether you'll be required to complete it while incarcerated or potentially allowed to complete that after release. It has been recommended a residential substance use treatment program, but so if I'm understanding correctly, you don't think you need that, but you're willing to do that?
Yes, that's why I've looked into that, where it said on my blue packet, since then, I've got that, and I found that residential with the Bear River Health Department and stuff like that. They have all the stuff there that's accredited and everything.
So if you're allowed to complete treatment in the community, you'll do it through the Bear River Health Department?
Yes.
You have okay. You'll arrange a residential treatment program. I know you do not have any disciplinary violations. Housing staff provides generally positive report of your behavior. Do you have a job of any kind?
Yes, I've earned the trustee of House Mouse, basically.
Okay.
I started
House
working about a month ago. Let's see, what else? Got a job here.
What does your day look like, I guess? So you work as a trustee, that keeps you busy throughout the day. What else are you doing?
Drinking Pruno,
AA,
White Lightning.
I have life skill or the church
Oh
meetings.
yeah, don't forget about the church.
Besides
Very
that,
important.
my daily chores or job.
Okay. I've read your written submissions about your release plan, but just give you a chance to talk about those today. If you are granted parole, what would it look like for you? Where you plan to live, work, treatment, who you would rely on for support? What would that look like?
It would be great. I have a very supportive family. I would live with them, my mother. Also, I do help take care of her as well. She has a very bad RA. So I help her out a lot around the house, but I would
arthritis?
get a job, go work. I had a previous job.
Rheumatoid. Is it rheumatoid?
Working as a ranch hand.
I don't know,
helping
arthritis.
him, my boss. I've talked with him multiple times, and you know, it's there if I can, you know, not drink and do that. And I said, yeah. So kind of got a lot riding on it.
Okay.
All right, case closed. Just let him.
In the file, I haven't seen any note of, have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness or taken mental health medications? No?
No.
And how would you describe your mental health currently?
Good.
And looks like some physical health issues. You're taking meds for blood pressure, but it sounds like no physical health issues that you think would prevent you or from complying with the conditions of parole.
No.
Well, those are the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
Next.
No, that's everything is. That's about it.
Man, he didn't even come with a statement.
Here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed prior to today's hearing. I will include what we've talked about at today's hearing in that report. And then I will submit that report to the members of the Board of Pardons, hopefully by the end of this week, so by tomorrow.
Okay.
They make decisions by a majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made.
Okay.
Once that decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Edwards, thank you for being here today and answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Adios, amigo. Adios. Man, he doesn't have a drinking problem with all those. Hey, you know what? I'm a fun time when I drink too, but you know what? I don't drink. You know why? Because it just totally changes me, and then he's no bueno. But you know, some people are in denial. Don't catch James drinking, cause man, he's a hoot till he's not a hoot, and it's all bad. Let me go ahead and put this in the. Let me look up the next. The next gentleman that's coming up is gonna be Philip. Let's see what Philip's been up to. Let me see. Police search for suspect in home invasion. What? Hold on. Is this Philip? Philip Garcia was sleeping inside. Interesting. Let's see. Where is this Philip? Let's see. Let me see. Authorities say 2 men forced their way into a Holloway home just after 8 p.m. or 8. Philip Garcia was sleeping
This is a parole
inside.
violation and original hearing for Philip Garcia, number 120990. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Excuse me. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, that disclosure packet obviously contains the new information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out errors or inaccuracies with that information. I'm going to be going over quite a bit of it today and asking questions with you, but are there any errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to state or discuss at this time?
I don't see any.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, first, we're going to talk about the new case, the possession or use of a controlled substance case, what happened in that case. From there, I will have you enter pleas to the parole violation allegations. The parole violation allegations are all related to the new case. So we'll talk about what happened first, and then I'll have you enter pleas to the allegations related to those. From there, I have some questions for you about this latest parole, what happened, what you've been doing recently, some of your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you have the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to, okay?
Okay.
Your new commitment offense is possession or use of a controlled substance, misdemeanor A. You have a maximum expiration date of August 15th, 2027. I believe that is the 0 to 5 year sentence from the 2022 case. That's the longest amount of time that the board can retain jurisdiction over your case as of now. Based on your new conviction, your guideline calls for 12 months incarceration. That would lead to you being released on March 5th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. What they'll do is consider your case as a whole, looking for mitigating or aggravating factors to determine the timing and appropriateness of a release. The new case is case 241800102. It looks like on March 5th of 2024, a police officer and adult probation and parole agents went to your residence. I think it said there was no answer at the door at first, but the door opened and it says you and a woman were inside. In the residence, officers found multiple bottles of alcohol, a broken methamphetamine pipe, a marijuana grinder with marijuana inside, and a prescription bottle with multiple pills, as well as a pocket knife. Is that accurate as to what occurred in the case?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to add or any comments you'd like to make about that case?
Not really. Not really.
Okay. Well, it looks like there's 10 parole violation allegations.
Damn.
These are adult probation and parole alleged that you violated your parole based on these 10 separate allegations. In June 2024, obviously, you were convicted in this new case that we just discussed of possession or use of a controlled substance, misdemeanor A. That corresponds with allegation number 1. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that new conviction as it relates to allegation 1. That new conviction is sufficient, so that conviction alone is enough to revoke your prior parole. I do note that a charge of drug paraphernalia, misdemeanor B, which it corresponds with allegation 3, and a charge of unlawful purchase by interdicted person, misdemeanor B, corresponds with allegation 4. Those were dismissed in case 241800102, and the charge related to allegation number 2, which was possession of marijuana, that was not filed in criminal court. But nonetheless, these parole violations are separate from the criminal case. So keep in mind what happened in that criminal case, but I do need you to enter pleas to each of these 10 allegations today. You have the right to force the Department of Corrections to force the state of Utah, the Department of Corrections, to prove these allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing. At that evidentiary hearing, you would have an attorney to represent you. You would not have to pay for that attorney. The state would have to present evidence of these violations. You'd be able to rebut that evidence and also present a defense of your own if you chose to. If you admit or plead no contest to these allegations, you'll be waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to read each of these allegations and have you enter a plea to them. So number one, by having committed a new offense, possession of the controlled substance methamphetamine on or about May 5th, 2024. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
I admit it was in my system, yes. Can I talk about that one? That one's the most.
Let's do the
Slow down there,
pleas
Tiger.
first, and then I'll let you make a statement. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Number two, by having committed a new criminal offense, possession of marijuana on the same date, March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Deny.
Deny? Okay. Number three, by having committed a new criminal offense, possession of drug paraphernalia on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Okay. Number four, by having committed a new criminal offense, possession of alcohol by an interdicted person on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Okay. Number five, by having possessed, owned, or used, or had control of an explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, which is described as a large folding knife on the same day. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Deny.
Deny?
Yeah.
Number six, by having used methamphetamine on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
What was it again?
By having used methamphetamine.
Okay, yes. I do.
Admit?
Yes.
Admit?
Yes.
Okay. Number seven, by having failed to complete a substance abuse evaluation and comply with the recommendations of that evaluation on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Okay. Number eight, by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Okay. Number nine, by having failed to comply with your parole agreement by refusing to open the door for adult probation and parole on or about March 5th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Okay. Number 10, by having failed to
Happy-go-lucky
report
chingao.
to adult probation and parole on March 4th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
Okay, I'm going to recommend, I'll find that your pleas are knowing and voluntary. I'm going to recommend that the board accept your admission to allegation 1, 6, and 7. Your no contest pleas to allegations 3, 4, 8, 9, and 10. And I will recommend that the board note and dismiss. Note your denial to allegations 2 and 5. I'm going to recommend that the board dismiss those allegations in the interest of justice. I will also recommend that the board revoke the November 7th, 2023 parole, and that will allow us to continue and discuss. Did you want to make statements about the specifics of those incidents?
Yeah, I did get high prior, like a couple of days before. I told my PO that also. I made a couple of trips to my brother's house, and I know I shouldn't go around him because he was then using meth. And I go down there sometimes to help him on the ranch because my mom and dad have a ranch down there.
You help him with the
My dad
pipa.
passed away, but he's still there, and I did fall to temptation, and I did get high with smoked meth with him at the house.
Because they're, and I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Is something else you'd like to say on that?
Just that I didn't have any bags or any meth in my possession. It was just I smoked some of it. You know what I mean?
So there was a methamphetamine pipe at the house, right? So you had used that methamphetamine pipe There also, the official version of the new case says there was a marijuana grinder with marijuana inside of it.
Yes.
Was that not yours?
Not the
No,
reefer.
that was my girlfriend's. I don't know if any of that is on there because they charged both of us for it.
And that's okay. Or certainly, I'm aware of the charges and what resulted. So I just want to get your statements about these as we're at today's hearing. And then after that, I'll let you say anything else. So the marijuana and a prescription bottle with multiple pills, was that yours?
No, that wasn't mine either. That was my grandma's.
She had bring that stuff in her bag, and without me noticing, she's gonna spend the night with me. But I didn't know she bring all that stuff and just had them there sitting on the counter in the restroom where I couldn't see them. Actually, she did it right before Brad came.
Yeah.
Before my PO came.
Were they right next to the pipa?
Was it the same with the pocket knife, or was that pocket knife yours?
The pocket knife was only like, it wasn't a large one. It was just a small one I was using for my job, like a utility knife.
Let me
I had it in the
guess.
pocket of one of my jackets in my closet where Brad had found it. And it's only 2 inches long.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, at this point, have you realized, obviously, a parole agreement requires that you not have such items in your possession. Do you understand that at this point? Even if it's a work, you can't have that?
I didn't know that I couldn't have like a utility knife and whatnot, you know what I mean? Just for work. Basically, that's what I used it for. And it was just small. It was just a little tiny little thing.
Or to cut up the cristal.
Well, I'll note your comments about that case. Thank you for making those comments. I think the board will appreciate having your statements about what happened there.
Okay.
As far as this last parole, so it lasted about 4 months. APM, the report I reviewed said treatment was arranged at Northeastern Counseling, but you never reported to that treatment. I think you took 4 UAs, and I think you tested positive all those 4 times. What do you think? Walk me through your mentality. What led you back to substance abuse?
My brother?
I gave in to the weakness when I went to my brother's. And then I thought, well,
why stop now?
About 4 times I visited him, about 4 times. And I
all
did
4
get high with him those 4 times. I thought, and after that, I just kicked myself in the butt, and you know what I mean? And I just knew Brad was gonna find out. So, you know what I mean? And I just feel so bad about it right now. You know what I mean? That I allowed myself to go ahead and put myself in the situation where I shouldn't have been putting myself in before, which is a trigger at my brother's house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why they don't want you to go to your brother's house. So you stop hitting that pipa.
I did give into it, and I felt the temptation, and I used.
And then from there, your agent said in the report, treatment was arranged for you, and treatment is a requirement of parole, but it's also really the way to stay involved in your recovery, right? So that it's something that can help with that. What led to you not? It says repeatedly you did not attend treatment. What led to you not, refusing to do the treatment?
3 times I went to my meeting 3 times, and after that I never went back. Well, I was planning on going back, but then I got another job, and I told Brad I was going to get a job, and then I just, you know what I mean?
You couldn't put down the pipa.
Because your agent reported that you did not have a job, and the agent reported specifically, let's see. Northeastern Counseling closed your case out since you failed to appear for a single session. That's what the report said, and also stated you did not have a job during that time. I guess, so you're saying that's not true? You did have a job and you went to 3 classes?
I had a job.
What was your job?
It was carpentry. I was working as carpenter's helper.
Okay.
In Roosevelt area. I lost that job, and then I got hired in another job, which was construction work in a different town in Vernal, which was about 26 miles away from Roosevelt. And I started that job, and I told Brad that I had a job, but I didn't show him the proof of it. That's why. You know, and that's why he's saying I don't have a job because I didn't show him the proof of it.
Your statement is you went to treatment 3 times because the report says very specifically your case was quote closed out since he failed to appear for one single session. So you went 3 times
in his dreams.
Okay, I went to the one where you take your analysis. What is it called? Your
evaluation.
Evaluation. I went to that one, and then I went to another one to follow up on that, to finish that evaluation. And then the third one, I did talk to a therapist. I went 3 times, but I don't know if them 3 times count as going to counseling.
No, they don't.
I guess it doesn't. But I did try to go to them. But anyway, I did mess up, and I'm so sorry about it.
Okay.
Hey, like
Well,
Big
thank you
Al.
for your statements again. When there's conflicting information, that's why we're conducting today's hearing to talk about it. So
we gotta sift
Not
through the
in any way
BS.
Trying to like go around it or trying to, be dishonest or anything like that. I know I screwed up, sir, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. That's why we're here.
Give him
what
one more
needs to be
chance.
different if you're granted another parole? Because what needs to change so that you can break this cycle?
In this situation I'm in right now, I have made up my mind. I am too old for this.
Yeah.
I'm 55 years old. I don't have a home right now. I have a vehicle that I'm paying monthly payments on.
But do you have a
That's it.
pipa?
I've used meth. This is the last time because I am so sick of meth. I'm so sick of alcohol. I'm so sick of messing up. I want to change, and that's what my life is right now. I want to completely change. I appreciate Brad. He's helped me out, a couple of times, and he's always been honest and straight up forward with me. And I've told him, what I mean. I have a problem with meth, Brad, and and bringing me back here. I'm pretty much. I thank God, what I mean, for helping me just to see, hey, you're too old for this. You know what I mean? And you need to change, Philip. And that's why I've been really reaching out to my attorney. I wrote Brad Draper a letter seeing if I can get into the Thompson House of Hope. I don't know if I should say this right now, but maybe at the end.
Yeah. You already said it
That's
already.
fine. So that was my understanding too. You would like to go to the Thompson House Rehab, is that correct?
Yeah, the Thompson House Rehab is a year-long program, and I understand that it's got a really, really good recidivism rate. Well, if you go that program, people ain't gonna really turn back and want to go to do the drugs. And I'm done with it, sir. I'm done with the alcohol. I'm done with the drugs. I'm too old for this. You know what I mean? Meth just takes everything away from people and took everything away from me. I don't even, haven't even had my clothes anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just sick of it, sir. My mind is
I'm sick of the lies.
I don't want to use meth anymore. And if you allow me to go to this treatment center at the Thompson House of Hope, and I believe Brad told my attorney also that's where he'd like to see me going because he kind of like helped found it. He helped found it out. And he said that'd be a really good place for him to go. So I'm really dead set and just made up my mind about just getting help for my problem.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. We're getting close on time. I want to ask quickly, you had a disciplinary conviction from a June 27th, 2024 incident. It was a BO7 refused command. It says that you passed contraband through a cuff port. The institutional progress report says that you, quote, took medication through a main yard fence. Were you receiving medication at this time?
I had a really bad toothache at the time. Like a couple of days before this, I had a friend that was in a different unit, and he said he had a couple of pain pills. It's like they're a little bit stronger than ibuprofen, but the inmates get it there in the prison through the medical department, through the pill line or whatnot. And he said, these will help you. So I just seen him come and walk up to the fence, and he said, here, Phil. And he just handed it to me through the fence. It was in a little bag. And you could see what they were. And then I put it in my pocket. And then the officer was right there watching us, I guess. I didn't really, you know what I mean? I didn't see him or anything. So he came over and he goes, let me see that. I I just gave it to him. I was totally cooperating with him, and I told him what happened and, you know, what he did. I didn't try to be dishonest. I just said, yeah, he gave me some pills because I got a real bad toothache. So I did mess up there, and I did confess to it, and, you know, they wanted me to pay a fine on it, and I did.
Have you used drugs or alcohol? So alcohol or medications that were not prescribed to you. Have you used any of that since you returned to prison?
No.
Okay. Okay. I do note that housing unit reports and institutional progress report are positive. Those are the questions that I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
It wasn't him, it was his
Okay.
brother.
Basically that, I'm going to change. I'm going to change. I want to get some help. I want to go to this, Thompson House of Hope, which I've been in contact with them. I got a bid ready. They got a bid for me. If the board is willing to give me one more, just give me a chance, sir. And I promise you, I will not fail. I am too old to be using drugs, to be going, you know, being dishonest with my probation officer or anything like that. I'm going to do everything that I possibly can. I will succeed. I am dead set. And I also want to know too that I became a Christian in here.
Okay.
Since I've been locked up, and I've been really reading the Bible and stuff. I
Well,
led
let him out.
27 people to Jesus. You know what I mean? I just want you to know that, and that's a big thing for me. You know what I mean? Is like just to lead people, and I started a Bible study over there in the new prison, and right now we have a Bible study and prayer meetings and whatnot. Just to let you know, my mind is set on doing the right thing and to changing.
But what about your brother? Is your brother set up? Because if your brother's not done,
Can just give me one more chance on this. In my first violation, I know.
one more
But
chance.
still, I did mess up, and I confess that to you. I ain't gonna do it again. Give me one more chance to take this program, and it's a year-long program, and I know it will be good for me.
You better take your brother with that to that program, because he's not
Thank you
done
for
with
your
it.
comments. I will note those for the Board of Pardons members for when they make a decision. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I made a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about today in that report, and then I will submit that to the members of the board for a decision. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions, so 3 out of 5 have to agree, so majority vote. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Garcia, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Next up is gonna be David. Hey, like Big Al was saying, and Blood In, Blood Out, in your dreams, Pedro, in your dreams. All right, so unfortunately, I needed to start the stream up again because I got hit. They were talking too much about that cristal, so it was no bueno. So I had to start it back up. Next up is gonna be David Joseph, and let's see what it is. Oh, let's see what David Joseph is in for. No. So it's the same as this one. So I'll put it down here for you. Oh, as a matter of fact, sorry, it's right here on the screen. If you look on the screen, just type that in right there on the search bar.
This is an original hearing for
come up.
David Martinez, number 59465. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you, so if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Scout Honor. Okay,
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along and get your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
So that blue disclosure packet, that is the information that the board will be considering in your case as they make a decision about a potential release. I have questions, and I'm planning to talk about things from that information that I think are relevant, but really the main purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to discuss that information and identify errors or inaccuracies in that information that you'd like us to know about. Are there any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure that you'd like to mention at this time?
What do you guys think he did?
Okay. Well, what I'd like to do today, I'm going to give an overview of your case. So we'll talk about your convictions, sentence, your guideline date, how today's hearing works generally. From there, there's 4 cases in which you're committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in each of those cases. And then I have some questions for you about the time period leading up to this prison stay. I think you were on probation for a number of years. We'll talk about that period of time. And then I have some questions about what you've been doing recently and your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you state on the record anything else you'd like to. Looks like your commitment offenses are 4 counts of possession or use of a controlled substance, felony 3.
Okay.
You're serving a maximum sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. That sentence, as of now, will expire on May 9th of 2029. So that's the maximum amount of time that the board will have jurisdiction over your case. Your parole guideline calls for 13 months incarceration. That would lead to being released on December 6th of 2024. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before that date or after that date, and they'll consider all relevant factors in your case to decide what's appropriate after today's hearing. It looks like the first case, I do note actually before we start, about 2 months ago, the board scheduled today's hearing, and they said they expected you to comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations. So that's what has led up to today's hearing. The first case we need to talk about is case 2119-00010. January 2nd, 2021, you were driving and there was a traffic stop. In the car, you had a number of needles, multiple segments of tinfoil, so drug paraphernalia. You also had a small baggie of marijuana and 2 baggies of white dried mushrooms, and you admitted to police that these items were yours.
Party time.
Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes, sir. The needles, we was planning on throwing those away. It was just, they had been there for a while.
Yeah.
We had the truck was fully loaded of furniture and everything. We was planning on throwing the needles away. They found them in storage.
Yeah. So you're just gonna go get one of those little red buckets.
That was mine. And the mushrooms, yes, it was mine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, party on, brother. Party
Thank you
on.
for your comments. I will put those into the report so the board's aware of your statements about the case. The next case is case 2219-02663, September 28th, 2022. I think you were riding a bike and you had a warrant. Officers approached you. You told them you were on probation and that you had recently missed an appointment. I think you were in possession of heroin and drug paraphernalia at the time. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
The next case, case 2319-00748, March 13th, 2023. You were driving a car. Officers performed a traffic stop. In the car, they found heroin and drug paraphernalia. And then I think once you got to the jail, there was some aluminum foil that had burnt heroin residue on it in your pocket. And you told them earlier you had used that aluminum foil to smoke heroin, I believe. Is that accurate as to what happened?
They took it out of, they took everything from me at the stop.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't remember having no aluminum.
Don't remember about the foil.
My understanding is they found a piece of aluminum foil, and I think it was in your jacket pocket, so something maybe they missed. But it doesn't. I don't read the report as them saying you were trying to take that into the jail or anything. But so that's just something that you had on you. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The next case 2419-01320, May 8th, 2024. Officers went to a residence. I think you had a warrant and someone told officers you were at this residence. When they arrived, you submitted to arrest at the residence. Inside the residence, officers found drug paraphernalia, and you admitted to officers that you possessed methamphetamine and fentanyl in the apartment. I think officers found 4 fentanyl pills and about 3.3 grams of methamphetamine inside it. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. The pills were mine, but the girl that lived there, the meth was hers, but I told them it was mine.
Okay.
Yeah. We got restricted.
Looking at your history, I've read your written submissions about falling back into substance abuse over the number of years prior to prison due to, I think, describing it self-medicating pain and symptoms related to rheumatoid arthritis. I also read your written submissions about needing to really establish a relationship with the doctor and receive appropriate care so that you're not abusing substances. I do note in your history that this is, I think, your 4th prison commitment. You had 7 paroles, but they were all before the year 2000. You had, I think, after terminating your 3rd commitment in 2013, you did not commit a crime for which you were convicted for about 4 years, I believe. And then from 2017 to 2020, again, did not commit a crime for which you're convicted. And then 21, 2, 3, and 4 of these cases occurred during that time. So I just note to start, you didn't have convictions in 2013 to 2016 and then 2017 to 2020. Were you sober during that period of time?
Pretty much, yes. And then I started smoking weed and because of the arthritis. And that's
when did the arthritis start?
Glaucoma too?
I've had it most of my life. I just didn't know why I was in so much pain. And then my doctor ran tests and he found that it's rheumatoid arthritis and it's getting worse and worse.
Okay. And during the time that you were sober, what helped you? Because, it sounds like you were sober. What does pretty much sober mean? Were you using during that time?
I was smoking marijuana and
Some Mary Jane.
And I would stay home. I wouldn't go nowhere. I wasn't trying to be out there.
Where were you living?
I was living, on 28th and Liberty at the time.
Ogden?
Yes, in Ogden. And then what happened is the lady that we was living with, she owned the house and she moved to, it's one of the O's, Oklahoma, I think, or something like that.
Out of state?
Yeah, she moved out of state and it left me homeless.
Okay.
We had a good thing there, paying $300 a month rent and
300?
Like
Shit, sign me up.
I was starting to do good, real good.
Were you working during that time?
No, I was off and on, but I was getting disability.
Yeah.
Disability now.
Okay. And I guess, and then setting that up, if you're granted a chance at parole or moving forward generally, what needs to be different so that you can, cope with these things in a healthy way, right? And break the cycle that has returned over the years?
My girlfriend, she moved out of Ogden. We're moved to Barron, Utah. That's by Castledale. And I'm planning on getting a doctor out there and getting in with the rheumatologist. That's what I need to get to. I have to see to get this under control.
Am I understanding correctly that you're there's one that you have in mind in Spanish Fork. Is that the plan?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like on the
yeah.
highway right there going up through towards the canyon right there. Right as you get, I know exactly where it's at.
And because from your written submissions, obviously, you know, self-medicating with illegal drugs is not a way to have success moving forward. Walk me through your idea of how you plan to deal with these things appropriately.
I plan on getting, you know, to get on gabapentin. That was helping me
For
somewhat.
neuropathy pain.
And if you know, I hate saying this, but I probably will get a marijuana card because it did help me, if possible. You know, I don't really want to, but it's like I'm gonna have to because I am in pain. If you look at my hands, they're getting worse and worse. They're starting to, they're like twisting in.
Are you taking medication currently?
It's naproxen, but yeah, even the doctor here said it'll help. But it won't.
For inflammation?
Sure, it ain't gonna take away all the pain, but it'll relieve some of it.
You're better off with the gabapentin.
How are you
brother.
coping currently? I assume you're not using drugs or alcohol right now. Is that correct?
I stay in my bed a lot.
Okay. What helps you avoid? Because certainly, I at times, you know, there are times when individuals do use alcohol or drugs in the facility. So, what has helped you cope without falling back into that right now?
I need some sugar.
I've just been watching a lot of movies, and the tablet, been staying on the tablet, and I've been eating better. That's for sure.
Okay.
I've been trying to exercise, but like if I exercise too much, it hurts me more than it helps.
And so when did you last use illegal drugs or alcohol? Was it May of this year?
Yeah, May, the day.
May 5 de mayo?
So about 5 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good reason to get a little fix.
I think
if you will.
you recently started the substance use treatment program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your history. I mean, you've done quite a bit of treatment over the years, substance use treatment, life skills. I mean, inside the facility, in the community, you've done quite a bit of treatment in the past. Looking back on your treatment and what you're doing right now, what have you learned about your recovery that you plan to do differently moving forward?
Not stay out of Ogden. That's one of my biggest problems is Ogden. And the one where I got busted with the weed is like, I was only there not even 15 minutes. We barely got off the freeway. It was my birthday. Barely got off. We was going to see my mom. Barely got off the freeway. And I'm known in Ogden. And they see me and they pulled me over. And I shouldn't have had the weed to begin with. I know this, and yeah, Ogden is bad for me, period. And that's just where I tend to have my major downfall is in Ogden.
So your plan, if you're granted another parole, go to Sofarin, do get a doctor, hopefully in Spanish Fork.
I'm gonna get a family doctor like in Castledale. And then, yeah, and then the rheumatologist.
Yeah, rheumatologist or the doctor that deals with rheumatoid arthritis.
Yeah, he's in Spanish Fork, so
okay.
Probably like I'd have to see him every 3 months or 2 months or something. That's
okay. And then I think you said Social Security disability that you had received for about a year prior to prison. Do you have plans on working, or what is your plans as far as supporting yourself?
I plan on working in the AutoZone. They're usually hiring, and then the dollar store working temporary. And working and then on the farm, my stepdaughter, she's got a farm out there too. And then I got a grip of grandkids now. They'll keep me busy.
And you plan, if you're allowed to do treatment in the community, you want to do it with Four Corners. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, my girl's got me scheduled to get with them.
Okay. And do you have any mental health diagnoses? Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
PTSD and what was it? Depression.
Depression, and that was in 2014, is that right, about then?
Yes, sir.
Did you take medications or do mental health treatment for that?
I was going to mental health treatment, and well, I lost my son in 2009, and that brought on major depression and stuff like that. And I've gotten through it, and I'm doing a lot better with that.
Currently, you feel your mental health is positive and stable?
Yes.
Okay. And I've noted the rheumatoid arthritis and the other issues, but as far as my understanding, this physical health issue will be something you need to manage, but you feel like it's possible to comply with the conditions of parole. There's no physical health issues that would prevent you from complying with parole. Is that correct?
There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to. We got reliable transportation. We got a nice mobile home now, and in Ogden I was homeless, and for a while here and there, because I didn't want to bring the problems out there to my girlfriend. She's been clean for going on 4 years now.
Okay.
I didn't want to bring problems that I was dealing with in Ogden out there to Castledale. So I stayed in Ogden, and I ended up homeless for a while.
Okay. I do know you don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude as well, so I'll note that for the board. Mr. Martinez, you've answered the questions I have for you. Is there anything else, or what else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
Just I'm glad that if I get the chance to go out to be out there in Castledale area, because it is a good area for me. I've been out there with and my grandkids are out there, my stepdaughter's out there, and just it's a positive environment out there for me. And I'm getting a little older, and that's where I want to be. I don't want to be in Ogden no more. That's just it.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about today in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow, no later than tomorrow. The board members make decisions by a majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree. Usually that takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Once the decision is made, we will send the written decision to you in writing through the mail, and the decision will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Martinez, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have a good day.
Hopefully, oh no, this wasn't the guy with his brother, but man, this dude had a bunch of different narcotic charges. Definitely interesting. The next guy that's coming up is I can't even pronounce his name. Oh yeah, his first name is Jet. Jet is coming up right now. Let me see. Let me get up his article up on the screen here really quick. Bam, there he is. Look at Jet right there. I think I might have cut some of it off. Let's. Oh, and he had some pretty interesting charges. No drugs involved though. Let's see. Oh, let me put this on for you guys over here on this other platform. Bam, there goes Jet. Look at that. Any ladies looking for love? He might be available. But hold on, let me pull that back because that's how rumors get
This is a
started.
parole violation and original hearing for Jet Monal, number 243729. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you
This
receive at
is-
least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet, I think you know, is the new information that the board will be considering as they make a decision after today's hearing. I'm planning on going over quite a bit of it and some of the things that I find most relevant, but really the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to speak about that information and point out any errors or inaccuracies in there. At this point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies you'd like to discuss?
No.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, I'm just going to give a quick review of what's happened regarding your parole violations. I think the board has already accepted admissions and revoked the parole. We'll go over the new case. I think the failure to register, the misdemeanor A case in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about that, what happened in that case. From there, I have some questions for you.
Oh, this
really
guy's a
about
winner.
This latest parole, what happened on it, what you've been doing recently, plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll let you state on the record anything else you'd like to.
He tackled his pregnant girlfriend in
Looks like
2019.
in December 23, the Board of Pardons accepted a waiver. At that time, they accepted your admissions to all 6 parole violation allegations. They revoked the February 14th, 2023 parole, and they set a paper review to track potential charges related to allegation 6. I'm going to recommend that the board affirm its prior acceptance of your admissions to all 6 allegations and also affirm the prior revocation of the February 14th, 2023 parole. I note in April of this year, you were convicted in case 241400234 of knowingly fail to register as a child abuse offender, misdemeanor A. That corresponds with allegation 6. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of that conviction as it relates to allegation 6. And from there, I think that will allow us to move forward and discuss the new case. Does that information make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Your new commitment offense, I just noted, you have a maximum expiration of sentence date of June 5th, 2025. I believe that is the 0 to 5 year sentence from 2020. That's the maximum amount of time that the board will retain jurisdiction over your case, really the maximum amount of time that the board could require you to serve on these current sentences. Your guideline in the new case calls for 10 months incarceration. That would lead to you being released on October 1st of this year, 2024. Obviously, the board is not bound by that guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider your case as a whole, including your expiration of sentence, your guideline, your criminal history, the offenses of commitment, all the relevant factors that the board considers to determine what is appropriate. I do note that in June of 2024, the board scheduled today's hearing, and they did note that they expected you to participate in cognitive behavioral therapy, comply with your case action plan, and have no disciplinary violations. So the case is case 241400234. Looks like the official summary notes a past child abuse conviction, which now requires you to comply with the child abuse registry requirements.
All bad.
The report says you were, quote, warned numerous times about failures to keep your registration information current. It notes the most recent warning on November 22nd, 23. Looks like, I think on November 26th, you had been at the sober living facility in Orem. I think you were removed from that program due to substance abuse that you were engaging in. And then as of November 29th, 2023, you had not updated your registry. I note that I think a few days after this, you were at a detox, the Foothill detox, I believe, where that you were located and arrested, and I've reviewed that, but essentially you did not update your registry information as required in the case. Is that accurate?
Yeah, yes, that's accurate.
What led to you not updating the registration information? From the report, your agent kind of reports that it was an issue continually that you weren't complying with. What led to that?
Just my substance use, not following the rules of my sober living and getting kicked out, and then trying to figure things out in the days that led up to me going to Foothill. But I was continuing to use, and so that was kind of the reason why I wasn't staying in contact with my PO and doing the things I should have been doing.
Okay. I mean, but do you understand, do you know what the requirements are for the child abuse registration? Do you know what that requires of you?
Yeah, don't abuse children.
So it looks like, so you started at Fortitude, transferred to Provo, building beginnings to start, and then I think substance abuse issues led to going to Jaywalker, and the same issues that led to being removed from there, and then did you check yourself into detox at Foothill, or?
Yeah. So I was talking to the owner of Jaywalker and seeing what I could do to get into Foothill, and I think they called them, and then they were able to get me in, and so I went. That's where I went to go, and I checked myself in, and yeah.
You didn't communicate that with your agent?
Yeah, I just didn't communicate that with my PO. So.
And I think it looks like you took 25 UAs. I imagine most of those are probably through the program. Is that correct? Says you tested positive for amphetamines once, meth 3 times, marijuana 4 times. Says you had under the table jobs as far as what you were doing. How long were you able to remain sober on parole?
In total, I would say 4 or 5 months.
So basically, did you use while you were at the halfway house?
No.
Okay, so until September, basically, until that time. Then how long, once you got to the sober living, what led to you falling back into substance abuse?
Just the people that I was choosing to be around, mainly.
What helped you, I guess, while you were at the halfway house? You stayed sober. It looks like it's about 7 months. While you were at the halfway house, what helped you do well during that period?
I think it was just the structure there, and I know I just felt like I wanted to be accountable for my actions, and while I was there, and just being in a stable environment.
And I don't show any since you've been back, so December 2023, I show no documented programming or treatment. Is that right? Have you done any programming or treatment?
I have not since I've been incarcerated.
I know at the scheduling review, the board said it expected you to participate in cognitive behavioral therapy. Have you tried to get into that, or what's the status of that?
I haven't tried getting into it, just because I completed the program last time I was here.
Okay. Yeah, because you did, before your first parole, you completed the substance use treatment program, MRT, and Thinking for a Change, which I think is cognitive behavioral therapy related. What did you learn in those programs? I mean, did you take it seriously? Did you get positive things from it? What did you learn when you did do those?
Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned just taking responsibility for my actions, and finding positive ways to cope with things that I go through, and changing my habits and the people that I choose to be around, and I learned a lot about myself, and just realizing things that I need to do, and yeah.
Okay. certainly those principles that you just discussed are positive, and I think what needs to be applied. With your 2 paroles and the last 2 releases, what have you learned when you are released this next time? What do you plan to do differently so you don't fall back into the cycles that have brought us here?
I think focusing on myself and just kind of staying out of the way and looking for positive things to do in my life and focus on my kids and build upon myself and just work on myself.
What do you guys think?
Are you willing to do like a CBT or an MRT if that's what the board orders?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you don't have any disciplinaries. Housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude. I've read your written submissions about your release plans. When you are released, what does that look like? Where you plan to live or work or treatment or anything else you have as far as release plans?
It just depends on if I was to get paroled or terminated. I'm not really sure.
Let's say the board grants parole. What would that look like for you?
I would hope to go to the halfway house.
Okay.
And save up money and then get a place from there.
It's similar to what it looked like last time. Okay. And if you're granted it, let's say the board says termination of sentence. So release with no supervision, what would that look like?
I'd hope to get into probably a residential program and then from there into a sober living.
Yeah. Do you have any specific programs that you in mind?
Absolutely not.
I've heard good things about Papillon, the Haven. I did want to try Foothill this last time, so maybe Foothill.
Okay.
Getting sleeping over
here. What do you do for
here.
work? Roofing? Is that you plan to do that moving forward?
Yeah.
Were you doing that on parole? So that was the like under the table type jobs you were doing, roofing?
Yeah, so right before I came back, I was actually hired on. So I was making hourly on payroll. So
okay.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the guy that was the one that was throwing his brother under the bus.
I think in your written submissions, you'd like to be considered for a termination, but you'd be willing to abide by the conditions of parole. Obviously, that expiration date, June 2025. After today's hearing, the board will look at the timing of that and decide, the benefit of supervision or, ultimately considering the factors of public safety and your rehabilitation, the case as a whole to decide what's appropriate there. But I will note your preference for a termination in my report. As far as mental health, let's see, your paroles have included mental health conditions. Have you received diagnoses in the past, mental health diagnoses?
Yes, I have.
What are those?
Depression, PTSD.
Okay. Did you do the mental health, like the evaluation on parole?
Yes, I did. I can't remember where, but it was a counseling facility in Murray.
Okay.
I was getting counseling there. I was talking to a therapist.
So they recommended some like one-on-one counseling and you followed through with that, at least while you were at the halfway house?
Yes. And then even after that, so.
And then also, okay.
Yeah.
Did that help? I mean, what was your experience with that?
I think it did help in ways, being able to talk about my problems instead of choosing substances to cover them up. And yeah, I think it was helpful at times.
Have you ever taken medications for mental health issues?
So I tried taking medications, but I didn't like them because they made me groggy.
When was that?
So this was probably back in 2018, 19.
Okay. So before the prison commitment?
Yes.
And how would you say your mental health is currently?
I would say it's good. I try to be positive every single day, and so I don't think it's too bad. There are times when I get depressed, but I get myself out of it.
How do you do that?
Okay. Those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
Just that I feel like I've worked on myself and I've learned a lot about myself, and I think that I'm ready to move forward with my life and move past all this. And whatever the board thinks is the right direction for me to go, then I'm committed to agreeing with that.
Duly noted.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll put in that report what you and I have talked about today. Then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board, as you know. They make decisions by a majority vote. That usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail. Excuse me. And it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, thank you for being here today and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to cut it. It's over for the day. Appreciate it. And like I say, life's like a candle. Once you